Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Bite my ass.
Morning, everybody, and welcome. Johnny's not dead. Johnny's still alive, so a lot of you are happy. Some of you are upset because you have to throw your betting slip away, but it's only money. You can lose it all. You can get it all back. It's okay. Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. Johnny, can you prove you are not an AI or a hologram?
No, I can't, actually. I'm fading in and out of the background, so technically I do look like an AI.
That's something an AI or a bot would say.
Right.
Actually. So, yeah, we apparently have no idea. Johnny did talk to me yesterday, and he said, look, it's the end of the line for me. I'm fading fast. There's only one thing you can do for me, and that's knock out the entire goal this morning. So, that's what Johnny said to me. He said, if there's nothing else you can do, load Steel Toe's pockets with the appropriate amount of funds, and then I will be happy. And maybe, and he said this isn't me. He said, then maybe I will be cured.
I don't remember that last part. But yeah, no, there's not really much anyone can do. So I figured, why worry about me? It's knock that goal out.
Burnside, keep track over on, since you're keeping track a minute and a half in, make sure you're keeping track all day today, buddy, because Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, I believe it'll be around 800 today, so I'm sorry to upset you, but right now, pushing about 200 a minute or two in, we'll be at 800 at our peak today, so I expect you to keep that same kind of energy up throughout the rest of the day, and not just when you want to be bitter. Rexstart parody account says, like Mick Foley stumbling back out to the ring after going off the cage, Johnny will not be stopped. My God, that man has a family.
As God is my witness, he has been torn in half. I have a horrible.
Usability-wise, you're technically you've been broken in half, but it's what that upper half whatever that upper half can do. That's what we're interested in. So, yeah, Johnny did say knock out today's goal. He said use PayPal and Streamlabs and Rumble first, and then YouTube if it's most convenient for you. He said knock it out because it's almost a whole goal today at 3:45. So he said contribute what you can when you can, and let's knock this out as soon as possible. That's what Johnny said to me, and that was, I tell you, it was inspiring. It was like watching Adrian tell Rocky that she wants him to do one thing for him, and that's win. So, really,
beat him.
Yeah,
his ass.
Really touching stuff, in my opinion. Balls Deep sent me an email yesterday. He wanted to show me another intro that Awake Jimmy had sent us. Awake Jimmy's been making us. He's been making us some intros. He's made us
really nice of him.
Yeah, he's made us 3 so far. I guess he made a 4th one. I think we should check it out and see how it works. Let's see. Ooh, I like the little
air raid siren.
Air raid siren, like a Nazi Stuka dive bomber. Wait, what? Ooh.
reminds me of my grandfather's stories of the Blitzkrieg.
This is a public announcement. You are now watching the Steel Toe Morning Show. Prepare your buttholes and get ready for your hosts.
All right, I'm not against it. Prepare your buttholes and whatnot. I can get down with that. Thank you, Awake Jimmy. I'll be rotating all 4 of those in throughout the morning and evening shows. Thank you very much to Richard Kristofsky for starting us off today. Look at that, with $20. He's making Johnny's dreams come true. He says, for Johnny. Even in my my beg chat there that we'll be posting to the top of the page throughout the day, it does say at the end, become a 2.6%er for Johnny, man. I just...
Yes, because I get a percentage.
Yeah, well, you know. I mean, you do get a percentage. If we don't hit, you get 0%. So I guess there is true. That part. So
there is that part.
None of us get any percents. Fat Cody says, good morning, everyone. I hope you're feeling better today, Johnny. And balls deep, throwing $3 in today. Thank you, guys. Keep that number knocking down, and then Johnny may walk again. I just want to be a total scumbag.
I wish it was that easy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great.
Let them know that it is possible. It is possible.
Dude, no, I know it's possible. My legs move like crazy whenever, just whenever. So they spaz and they twitch like crazy. They just don't move for me is really the big problem. Yep. And it's worked, but they've worked before. So I'm well aware that it's possible. It's just not what's happening right now.
So what happened yesterday? Fill us in. Johnny made it the first 3 hours of the show and then experienced some health complications. You had to get off pretty quick and, kind of take care of yourself. Explain to people what happened and what the deal is.
If you go back and watch yesterday's show, which you should. The first 3 hours were awesome.
Last hour and a half, dog shit.
I had a problem from the start of the show where I was kind of like dizzy and nauseous, and I was using my vape pen and things to like kind of hold it at bay. And when that wasn't working, I was like, oh God, we're in trouble. And I kind of kept doing one of these where I was leaning against the mic and had my eyes closed. And I was aware that it was there. I don't know if anyone else noticed it as much, but I felt like my performance was not as good. And then I started getting the like kind of, I guess the best way to describe it is like kind of a warm, fluttery feeling in my chest. And that's where I usually get that, and it'll fade after a little while, or it'll get worse and I'll throw up. And usually after I vomit, I feel great. But
I see.
I didn't know where it was going to go, and I wasn't ready to vomit during the on air yesterday. I am today.
Well, okay, so good. The next time that happens, I don't know what YouTube's rules are. But if you shove a couple fingers down there, get it in a bucket, and then continue on with the show, we'd appreciate you being a little more of a soldier yesterday. I mean, the audience, in my opinion, was you were being a giant fucking pussy. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to. Like, there's a lot of expensive equipment on here. I don't want to puke on it. So
I understand.
Like I said, today we have an oh shit emergency receptacle, and we're just fucking. I'll just pull down the audio. I'll do it live on air. You can watch.
Fuck it.
I just
do it live. Fucking MS sucks. Spy Pigeon wants to know if cannabis helps you, Johnny. Oh, only a little.
Yeah, no, I only smoke like a chimney. That's what the vape pen was for. It wasn't working yesterday is my point. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with just medicine in my body.
Sure. So. Stacy becoming a baby boot. Thank you. Any of you who become a member, that is huge for us. We appreciate it. Could be a lot bigger down the road as well. Hopefully by the end of the week, I can talk to you folks about some things. And Posterior Attention renewing his membership for a 13th month. That puts us at $325 for this morning. Rumble Rants, YouTube monies, PayPal, Streamlabs. We welcome it all. Thank you very very much. Live on 4 platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Rumble. Pick whichever one's your favorite throughout the day and go there. You know what? My goal by the end of this month is to have 1,000 people watching at a time. I think that would be, I know we do like 1,100 on Rumble Fridays because Rumble's really good at putting you in their algorithm and promoting you. But I want a regular Monday through Thursday. We're pushing 9. We're between 8 and 9. I want to be at 1,000. And hopefully, the only way to do that is to continue doing good shows. By the way, I'm a little concerned about. I was watching some stuff on Twitter today, and I'm a little worried about Rumble.
Why?
You know how all these places try to become like the free speech place? Like, we want to be the free speech place. We want people to come here to be able to talk freely and openly. And the problem is
then you get advertisers.
The problem is you get people who take crazy advantage of that. You get two things. You get people who take crazy advantage of that and go insane on your platform. And then platforms feel pressured to make rules. And then you have the people who want to tattle on you because, again, we've seen it with this show. There are people who they need to hate stuff, and watching that thing not die like they want it to, that alone will set them off and upset them. You've got people who are like that with Rumble.
They need professional hall monitors. These kids have fucking had a job in school, and now it's gone, and they're like, I can't tattle.
Right. And there are people who want to rat on Rumble, and they did the same thing to YouTube back in YouTube's golden age that kind of destroyed it, which was, they just started ratting people out for shit for no reason instead of just not watching the thing. Well, I was watching, I got down a Twitter loop this morning. Ethan Ralph was trending, and apparently he's fighting with Nick Fuentes and the Cozy.tv people, which is like a far-right streaming service that Nick Fuentes started. And I guess Nick Fuentes was on Rumble for like 6,000 people talking about, like, killing Jews and shit. And it's just like, I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm going,
why am I not part of this show?
No, I did not say that.
You thought it.
If Nick Fuentes would come out of the closet and just say he's gay, I mean, I still wouldn't go on, but that's a pretty nuclear dude. And he starts doing this on Rumble, and people are like, isn't it great we have a free speech platform even if I don't like what he's saying? And I'm like, no, that kind of shit is what's going to make Rumble a not free speech platform. That's the kind of thing.
Now you're like, I hate to use this term, you're legit pushing hate speech if you're not.
Like violence.
If you're seriously talking about rounding up and doing things to groups of people, that's not like, we fucking joke on this show, and I'd hate to think hate and love, I guess it's a weird mix. Right. I'd hate to see someone who walks up to me like, yeah, man, I love how you guys just cut to the quick and always speak the truth and whatever. I'd be like, yeah, but we're fucking around when we say most of our shit. No, man, you're like, oh shit, no, you're not. No, oh no, I'm not.
Yeah. So I worry about shit like that because Rumble's starting to gain some traction, and a lot of people are starting to go there. And then you have
people
that
are
shit.
Noticing it.
It's the old we can't have nice things deal where you're like, hey, free speech, that's awesome. Hey, people being able to, say what they want, that's great. And then there's always got to be some assholes who just go, yeah, we're going to really test their free speech. It's like, why? Why are you really going to test them? They're letting you say shit you can't say anywhere else. They're not giving you strikes. They're not killing your channel. They're just letting you go. Why do you have to go and poke at that and go, yeah, let's see if they'll do anything. Let's see.
They want to know where the line is. How about you just be happy that the line is moved far enough that most of us are able to do what we want to do? Just let us do shit.
Oh, man. Atomic Ray says, it is the show's fault when you start to blame chat. There is no truth here, effing retards. I don't know what Atomic Citizen means by that. Maybe explain, but I want to agree with him. Greg says 1,000. Rumble is going to juice those numbers and be 50% of that easily. That's another thing I like. Whenever we do really well, there's got to be an excuse. It can't be real. I will say this to Greg Edwards. Rumble is a publicly traded company that sells to advertisers. So if you have information and you have evidence that they are juicing those numbers, what I need you to do is go to the SEC immediately and report this, because that is a massive violation. They will get in a lot of trouble for that. So please, other than your own personal...
There might even be a finder's fee for you for reporting the crime.
Oh, so what is it, about 10% a finder's fee? That's not going to do it. That's my deal, SEC. So, Greg, other than your jealousy towards this program and your hatred of me, What is it that's making you say that? Because there's no evidence that that's the case. But hey.
By the way, both of those things totally understandable.
Yes, I understand you hating me. I understand you being jealous that the show won't die. I get that part. I know you probably hate that we keep finding ways to spin out of you retards, but you leave us no choice. Like, the way you play, you leave us no choice. You guys are not the toughest people to figure out in the world. I'm sorry. You're just not very good at this. Glory Wholesome says, Fuentes read the Talmud. It's like libs of TikTok for Jews. Yeah, okay. Well, look, I don't want to see Rumble, end up falling victim to the shit YouTube fell victim to, where they got intimidated and they got threatened, and it was, all right, fine, we'll start curtailing things. All right, we'll start giving people strikes for shit. And then what did that primrose path lead to? Because remember, YouTube started out as just, we don't want to put advertiser content on really edgy material. And that turned into, you can't talk about elections and diseases, honestly. So I just don't like the path you go down when you start that shit. So as far as the Nick Fuentes going off on Jew rants on Rumble, I mean, look, I'm a pro free speech guy, but here's the thing: I can be a pro free speech guy and also see an iceberg ahead. That's like, calling out that shit might not end up, because you just know the world, and saying shit might not end up in the best place is not being anti-free speech. That's like being, I'm for free sailing wherever you want to go. Hey, there's an iceberg up here. You might want to avoid it. Why are you against free sailing? I'm like, I'm not. I'm not the fucking iceberg. I'm just trying to tell you about it. Jesus.
I mean, Titanic would be funnier if, like, they're like, we're worried there's an iceberg up ahead. America, fuck yeah, floor it. Like, just be a better movie.
Philip Sears says, the best part of the joke is you think I'm serious when you follow every joke with just kidding. It kills the humor. I don't know what you're talking about. Spy Pigeon says, Nick Fuentes is a gay man hiding behind Jew hate. That does check out. I would typically, I would probably agree with that.
I mean, hurt people hurt people.
Skeezy says we have to rely heavily on the Rumble executives to have a backbone and stand up to the authoritarian censorship mod. Yeah, I agree. And they have so far. So who knows?
Maybe don't poke the bear with the, hey, let's round up Jewish people.
Yeah. See No Evil says, why you snitching? I'm not snitching. I'm telling you what I saw, and I went,
Someone
shit.
else snitched. We're snitching on the snitchers.
Right. Who watches the watchers? I watched other people snitching. It was trending on Twitter this morning. I'm not letting any cats out of the bag. Don't worry. Atomic Ray says, this show fails. It isn't the chat's fault. Failure is the host's fault. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I am the only thing that can kill this program. The
chat's come close a few times. I mean, that one strike thing was a pretty nice
That's
go.
true. And we can theorize. The overwhelming theory amongst the audience is it was the chat and not us, but we have no confirmation. So, yes.
It's Twitch all over again.
Roots Calhoun says, Aaron's nickname at the CIA is Canary. Wait, what? How dare you? 325 away from today's goal. It's damn near a full one today. Thank you very much. Let's knock that thing out and do a half hour of overtime today. Streamlabs and PayPal, the best way to do it. If you want to click one of those links. Rumble, the second best way to do it. YouTube, the most convenient way to do it. Thank you guys very much. There's your links in the chat. All right, we will move on. People are starting to get riled up. People are starting to get a little upset. We'll move on. I'm sorry for talking openly about things. I apologize for voicing my feelings to some of you in the audience. I'll take
voicing my concern that we might be, I don't know, ruining a good thing.
Yes. I don't want to see a really good thing ruined. Just one man's opinion, I suppose. Brian Boswick wants to know, why do you have cats in a bag, sicko? Oh, God, if it were legal, the things I could do to those animals. I don't know why I hate them so much. It is bordering on kind of a mental illness.
It is weird because you have a very cat-like dog.
All right, well, you're taking that back or I'll break all your other legs. I do not have a cat-like dog. My dog is majestic and canine is all shit. I promise. He never hisses, ever. Veldrain says, my misinformation is information and your information is misinformation. Thank you, YouTube. It's about right. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I thought Aaron's CIA name was My Pillow Biter. See, now they can't agree on what my CIA nickname is. Philip Sears says, I'm pointing out that every edgy comedian always says just kidding after every joke, and it sucks. I have an idea. Just watch them and enjoy them, or don't enjoy them and don't watch them. I would just not watch those guys. How's that? Don't get too bent out of shape about it, buddy. We're going to have a good day today, and you are too, even if we have to drag you into it. Andrew Rice Cray says, to know who rules over you, see who you can't criticize. Yes, we've said that many times in the past. Roots Calhoun says, my dog is a pit bull and he hates you, Aaron. It's remarkably mutual. Roots. Very mutual.
I mean, let's be fair. He's a pit bull. He probably secretly hates most things.
Yeah, especially living children. He likes that. He likes children to be in the process of desanguination. That's when he feels they're the freshest.
They love living children. They love them like Lenny, a little too.
Yeah,
hard.
they love him like that toddler ain't fresh, Lenny. Gray Duckling says Aaron just says disavow instead of just kidding. Yeah, there you go. Disavow. I have hope for Rumble. I think it's going to be okay. Could we keep the Nazi rallies to a minimum? That's all I don't feel like I'm being unreasonable there. Just keep the Nazi rallies to a minimum, and I think we'll be all right. Everyone feels like you've got to push it unnecessarily. They're like, oh, yeah, well, how do we know that free speech is free unless we really give it a push? It's like, okay, giving a push is one thing. Like, just going full-blown Nuremberg rally on it, it's like, that's just you trying to get in trouble. That's not you pushing anything and, like, doing it for the cause. That's just you going, how much of an edgy boy can I be before I ruin it for everybody else?
Or maybe that is really what they believe, and what they're waiting for is a free speech platform that lets them say these things, which scares the shit out of me then. I'm like, oh, God. That's like the people that are like, yeah, but if God isn't real and we don't follow the rules of religion, what's to stop us from raping and murdering? I mean, just the general desire to not do those things? Am I alone there?
Yeah, that is the, who was it? Penn Jillette's thing. He goes, religious people go, well, if we don't have religion, what's to stop you from raping and murdering everyone you want? And he said, nothing. Nothing is there to stop me. I have raped and murdered every single person I've ever wanted to. That person is zero. That number is zero. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yo P says, Aaron is scared. He's going to get kicked off YouTube. I'm not scared of that. I've accepted it as an inevitability. If you've noticed since we've been back from our suspension, and I think Johnny can attest to this, or maybe he hasn't even noticed, I've pretty much let YouTube go. I put the show on YouTube, and that's it. And I let the chips fall where they may.
We get what we get from there, and we just move on.
Yep. I promote the Rumble, the YouTube part. Hey, whatever we've got on YouTube, I'm thankful for it. Thank you. Couldn't do it without you. Great. But I do think that as we continue to talk about news and joke about people and be funny, that's going to end up getting us kicked off of YouTube in 2024. As it gets
a little closer to 2024.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's see how close to November we make it. That'll be fun, right? Let's see how close to November of 2024 this channel makes it. Yo P says, Aaron is scared he's going to get kicked off of YouTube. Yeah, not scared of that one. And then kicked off Rumble once they do content moderation. No.
That's the one we wouldn't want to
Yeah,
see.
not at first, and I certainly don't want to lose Rumble. That's a more valuable one. But I don't, not at first. The content, that's the thing about content moderation, is that they never come for a show like ours first. We end up getting, caught up in it, a year down the road. It's always the first ones they end up banning for shit. People go, oh, yeah, that was good because they are problematic. Now, me personally, I wouldn't get rid of anybody. I'm all for policing yourself. I'm all for using your best judgment and going, yeah, maybe I won't do that because I might fuck over a lot of people and it's just me being an edgy boy dickbag. Not really that important. But as far as like Rumble engaging in some kind of content moderation, it'll never hit a show like ours first. But eventually down the road, once you continue down that primrose path, it's like Bud Light with the trans shit. Once you start appealing to that kind of person, those people never say thank you and just move on. They ask you, well, what next?
All right, now we got this one guy that I really hate. So now that he's out of the way, on to the next person I hate.
Right. Exactly. Bishop says, you can't say Nick Fuentes is wrong, so you call him names. Are you Jewish? I just don't like Nick Fuentes because he's dishonest about his sexuality. That's what I don't like. As the great Patrice O'Neill once said, just say you're gay and we'll be fine.
Just say you're gay.
That's it. That's what I don't like about Nick Fuentes is he hides behind a lot of that like America First shit because I think it's soothing a need, a lust, if you will, for cock.
Gives him an excuse to hang out with a lot of really masculine dudes.
Yeah. You know, there's a rumor, and I can't confirm this rumor. I just heard Mersh say it last night, that Nick Fuentes had a buddy that he was, you know, there were allegations, let's say, and Nick Fuentes accused him of, while Nick Fuentes was gone, having a girl over and having sex with her, and they went around the house with a black light looking for cum. And it's how Nick Fuentes got the nickname Cum Hunter. I don't know if that's true or not. I heard that as a story. I kind of want no part of that universe, but I heard the story and I thought it was interesting.
It was weird too. We went around the place looking for cum, but only spot that glowed was right around Nick's mouth.
Yeah. No, I was eating yogurt. Yes, you were, big boy. Loaded Wrench says YouTube picks and chooses. Normally the right-leaning ones get the boot. Yeah, they lean heavily on one side, that's for sure. Ivan Joyderbum says, hey, Aaron, I'm here. Please ring the gay bell. I mean, it's the Mad Men bell, but some of you think that's the same
difference.
thing. Yeah, there you go. Philip Sears says, Johnny is right. We don't need God. Just let people police themselves. That is why we are so safe now and the streets are so clean. Did you say we don't need God?
I didn't say we don't need God. I was saying, I was saying in general, the whole idea, the principle of you know, needing to. We were making that example about not breaking the rules because we just don't want to, as opposed to needing them there to be enforced. The whole religion thing.
Andrew,
nobody said we don't need God. I mean, I'm not.
I think what we're saying is if you need God to not rape and murder people, you might have some mental problems.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Rice Cray says the sexuality attack is Aaron chickening out and not tackling his ideology. Very cowardly, Aaron. I don't give a shit about Nick Fuentes' ideology. Guys like him are a dime a dozen. I don't care if he's right, wrong, indifferent. Doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you the thing I find interesting about Nick Fuentes, and it's the sexuality thing. That's what I find interesting. I find it fascinating to watch a guy like that and watch people watch him and go, yeah, I love him. I think he's great. I think he's awesome. And I'm just kind of looking at all these people going,
he's gay.
I'm like, you don't see this? It's like in Austin Powers where nobody will notice the mole but Austin. And you're like, it's right there. It's gigantic. He's gay, which is
moving.
It's okay that he's gay, but like we're not going to say anything that this guy ranting about minorities and America First and traditionalism and all this is clearly probably homosexual.
If the funny part is though, Aaron, think about it from his perspective. He's got a good hook. Like you don't give two shits about Nick Fuentes. You wouldn't pay attention to him at all if he lived his truth. But because he keeps that one little part just kind of like half in, half out of the vest, you're like, somebody talk about it. And there's got to be other people that are there watching, waiting for it to like for the veneer to slip and to him just be like, oh, I love dick.
Howie DeWitt says, compelling. I get it. Because cum. Future Class DNB official says he wags butt hurt about Jaden McNeil. Yes, he used black lights to hunt for the coom. Okay, see, that's deeper into the Fuentes lore than I've ever been before, but okay, he hunted for cum. Hebe Kai says Mersh doubted Fuentes' sexuality first. Okay, I don't think Mersh can claim that one. That was pretty much anybody with eyeballs. I think anybody with eyeballs just is
I feel plenty of people with eyeballs were trying to ignore that bright light in the fixture because they wanted They wanted the message. And that's the thing with love. You just don't want to. You love the message. I get it. But I'm just saying that guy's glowing in the dark.
I can't get to the message because I'm too wrapped up in, come on, just admit it. You Wrong says religion, over on Rumble, You Wrong says religion introduced morality over the common folk. Didn't stop the evil of governments, but for the average person, religion played a huge part in introducing ideas of decency. Yay. You Wrong also says Nick's last rally, we're cheering for Leafy. Okay. Dub says Nick F destroyed Destiny on Fresh and Fit. No cap. Oh my God, you just named 3 insufferable things right in a row. That's amazing. That's a hat trick in one comment. I think if you're like, hey man, I'm into Fresh and Fit, that's way past my line of too much internet for today. You know, it's kind of like that whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit. Kind of white whatever and black Fresh and Fit. Like, you give me those 2 things and I'll be like, nope, you got to cut down on your internet time. You got to get away for a while. I know who those people are, and to me, knowing who they are is a little too much internet.
I don't even know who they are. And I am I'm relatively happy.
God bless you. You Wrong says it's easy to do the right thing now that it's the right thing, but before Buddha, Jesus, and religious texts, things we considered terrible would be normal. Well, goddamn. I don't think that either of us really shit on religion, but we got him riled up this morning, and that's a good thing.
Why would I shit on religion? It's almost like I have a grudge.
I mean, guys, Johnny can't shit on religion. He's walking evidence of God's wrath. I don't know what he did.
God's only man, spared by the butcher.
Awake Jimmy says, you heard the new intro I wrote you lot yet? Yes, we played it this morning towards the beginning of the show. It was pretty good. The pucker your buttholes or prepare your buttholes or whatever. So I liked it. You've been doing good work, Jimmy. Brian Boswick says Johnny should have a podcast called Stale and Crippled. It's not very nice. Mad Joe says, I'm not telling anyone what to do. It's a road you have to walk for yourself. Jesus Christ, today's show got all Christy in a hurry. Like, we got really Christy on today's show. So just like Christ's disciples, I ask you to fill up our offering plate and knock out our $325 goal today. See? There we go. Pivoted right into it. Perfect. Everyone have your gods. Everyone have your religion. And everyone be happy. How's that? I'm being very Unitarian about this whole thing. Jesus Christ, we're at 600 people already this morning. Where's, what's his name? He's not reporting the number
66
anymore.
more. Let's get this to happen.
Keep her going, boys and girls. Like, subscribe, all of that shit. And thank you very, very much. Let's get under 300 by the top of the hour. You got a half hour to do it. Let's jump into our stories today. The first one. Oh, people have been enjoying the writers and actors strike now, that it's kind of like stalemating Hollywood and they can't really do anything. And it's, like I said, it's enjoyable. It's fun to watch. You know, the actors decided, well, shit, we can't really do a lot of work without the writers. So
we might as well virtue signal.
Right. We might. Yeah. I love the writers like go on strike and they're like, that's a sacrifice for them. They got to pay their bills. Writers are a little more paycheck to paycheck than others. Then the actors come and join them, and it goes from like nameless, faceless, douchebag writer to now Mark Ruffalo's there and all these big stars. And these writers are like, you know, when the actors announced they were striking, the writers must have been like, oh, fuck you. Coming in and overshadowing us once again. Everybody's going to come cover it now because fucking the Hulk's here and Iron Man is here and all of Marvel is here. But when it was us writers, nobody gave a shit. Well, yeah, I mean, have you looked at a basic Hollywood writer? You guys are remarkably unpleasant to look at. I mean,
Look, there's a reason you're not on-screen talent.
Yeah, when the cool kids came and they started striking, then everybody wanted to cover it. So now the studios have, I mean, this pretty much shuts them down. And they got to try to figure this out. And the studios kind of fucked themselves on this deal because the thing that caused the actors to strike is
the AI.
They wanted these actors in their contracts to sign away their likeness for AI
to be used in AI
in perpetuity. So then the actors went, nah, we're joining the writers. We got nothing to do without the writers anyway.
Yeah, I mean, before I was just going to take a vacation, but now that I've learned that you want to use my likeness without me, I'm going to join them.
Yeah, exactly. So, I understand why the actors are striking. I mean, the movie studios are being greedy bastards that want to make Rocky and Mission Impossible movies until the world ends. Sucks ass. It would be a terrible deal for the actors. I mean, that money should absolutely go to the actors' families if they're using their likeness. It's easy.
Or at least the actor's studio.
Inside of it, of course. So, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. I hope the strike lasts for a while. I hope it teaches them something. I don't know that it will, but I really hope that the actors and the writers milk this thing a little bit longer. And while they're at it, could somebody put a bug in all their ears about like no more remakes and sequels and reboots? Talk to these writers and be like, you guys have technically been on strike for the last 15 years with all the shit you've been making lately. So when you come back, could we step it up a little bit? Just step it up a little.
You make new stuff, and for the love of God, can it not all have some sort of woke agenda mixed into it?
Well, we're going to get to that with Disney here in a second. I think that may end up taking care of itself. I was thinking yesterday as I was driving home, and I was thinking about, I thought about maybe having hope a little bit. And I know that's stupid. I know that's idiotic, and I've railed against hope in the past. But
what have you spent your entire career teaching me not to do?
Well, the hope that there might be like a social consequence coming for all this horse shit. Like, I'm looking at what's happening to Bud Light. I look at what happened to Target. And now I read this story about Disney, and I'm not kidding, guys. I actually might have some hope. Not for politicians, not for the government, but just for the culture in general. Because this shit's starting to take a toll. And it's not because any of these people realize that it's wrong to do or that it's not okay, but because it's actually hitting them in the bank account. And that's the only way you're going to get these people to change. Veldrain says, Hollywood is prevented from making movies that destroy decades-old series. Stay on strike forever, please. Yeah, I mean, that, again, if you're not going to learn anything from this strike, go ahead and stay on strike for as long as you'd like.
Stay there. We'll be good.
Matt Joe says, well, yes, Aaron, it's actually just logical to think that way. I know, but like, how many times have we had hope in the past only to go, yeah, no, we're just going to keep doing the same shit we've all been doing. You Wrong over on Rumble says all of Disney's movies are bombing all. It's like they're doing it on purpose. Well, that leads me to our next topic this morning, which is Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, who was just basically made, El Duce for life over at Disney. They've brought Bob Iger back to clean up Disney and say, Bob, look, we made a giant fucking mess out of Disney. Can you clean it up for us? Now, you'd think any one of us could clean this up for Disney because they've made such an obvious mess of it. They're like, all right, guys, no more advocating basically child sex, grooming, molestation, and shit like that here at Disney. And Disney's
That's the stuff we do behind the scenes to the actors, guys. It was for us, all right? It was an inside thing.
And Disney sits there and goes, oh, so they're like Happy Gilmore when he's told that he can't do certain things on the course. Disney's like, oh, so you mean no fun? You're like, no, that's not, I don't believe that. I just meant make good movies, maybe. And be like, all right, I got a good one. All right, go ahead. We're going to remake The Rescuers. And they're like, oh, shit, you're not learning. No. Hear me out. We're going to remake The Rescuers, but the animals are going to be black and trans. No, see, that's what we're talking about. Don't make any more shit like that, or it's going to lose a fuck ton of money. We're going to make people mad, and they're going to stop going to our theme parks. So now Bob Iger is at the point where he's now considering selling streaming services and other assets, and may even try to sell the entire Disney company. Bob Iger may be talking sale of the Walt Disney Corporation if things continue this way.
Bob, we need you to right the ship. Ship's sinking. Everyone get in the lifeboats.
Yeah, exactly. Bob, we need you to save the ship. All right, hook her up to a tugboat and pull her into port and then scrap her for metal. Wait, what? Well, you guys brought me in to fix this thing. Did you see how fucked up it was in the first place? We were listing
The only
it.
people who are even interested in buying it are the Chinese. Let's just sell it off.
Give it to them. They'll base it up a little bit. So Bloomberg reported on the potential sales, referencing Iger's now famous Squawk Box interview. The interview conducted by David Faber was held at a media conference in Sun Valley, Idaho, and Iger's comments about the writers and actors strikes went viral. But during the interview, he also agreed with Faber that ABC and its local stations may not be core to the Walt Disney Company. Faber speculated about a possible sale, and Iger said, "We have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses." Bloomberg says with cable TV on the decline, Iger wants to sell most of Disney's TV assets, mainly ABC, Freeform, and FX. So, and then afterwards, he muttered under his breath, "Fucking Lightyear movie." What are you doing? Hey guys, it's me, Bob. Oh, hey, Bob, always good to hear our CEO on the phone checking in on us. Yeah, what are you guys up to in the movie department? We got to start generating some revenue. Oh, Bob, you're going to love it. We're going to do a live-action Snow White. Oh, wow, that sounds really good. Who did you get to play Snow White? We got a Mexican.
What?
Okay, but she's Snow White, and she's supposed to be fair-skinned and all that. But okay, well,
the name actually, they even say they named her because she was as white as the driven. The idea is that she's supposed to look like freshly fallen snow. Okay, like her name was given to her as a descriptor. It's kind of like saying, look, this guy is black, and then like, yes, but who are we getting to play? Ryan Gosling.
Yes. We're going to have a new movie. It's going to be called The World's Greatest Negro. Oh, who's starring in it? Mark Wahlberg. We just think they can really bring in the box office bucks. Okay, so Bob, you checked in with us. Great. We're going to do Snow White with a Latino chick. Any other questions? Well, yeah. Who's playing the little dwarf guys? Well, you see, Bob, couple problems. Number one, not a lot of dwarfs anymore. Abortion is taking care of that. Number two, Bob, we feel that dwarf is offensive, and we certainly don't want to take advantage of the little people, which is what we call them. And we're not going to have 7 little people in the movie. We're just going to make them regular size human beings. What? No! You can't. Guys, we need to make money at this company. I'm talking about selling ABC, for Christ's sake. Do you know how much I like the movies on FX? I can't watch them if I sell them. You need to make some money. It's Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, not Snow White and the 7 creepy hangers-on who are trying to finger her in her sleep. Guys, this is not a movie. This is a college kegger. I don't like it. You're going to have 7 neckbeards following her around trying to fuck her? Well, yeah, that's the plan. God damn it, guys.
Who even thought we should get rid of the dwarves? Well, actually, that's the thing. We were considering Peter Dinklage for one of the roles, and then he publicly came out against the fact that we were wokeifying the movie, but we still had this backwards ass fucking premise with regards to the dwarves. So we thought, how about we just have one little person for nostalgia? And then the rest of them, they're not even dwarves anymore. Now they're just the 7 magical companions.
Yeah, which makes no so it's not it's not Snow White anymore. You've made a completely different movie and you've called it Snow White. Hey, I got a great idea. We're going to remake Cinderella. Oh, wow, that's great. Who are you going to get as Cinderella? Tom Cruise. Wait a minute. You can't have Tom Cruise play a princess. He's not. He's going to be a government agent and he's going to go on secret missions and do a bunch of stunts. But that's Mission Impossible. No, it's the new Cinderella, I think you'll find. Great, guys. I don't know why Disney is not doing well. And didn't, Peter Dinklage shit all over the Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs thing.
He shit all over them because when they went woke with Snow White, he shit all over them for not also woking up the dwarves. He's saying you did a really cool thing with, making it open and accepting for the role of Snow White, but you still have this backwards ass premise with regards to the dwarves. And it's kind of a giant pile of shit because, like I said on my show when I was talking about this story, like, Peter Dinklage is a great actor. I'm not trying to take away from that. But no offense, he got discovered because he was a great actor who was also a little person. Like, he got on CSI literally for being a, I forget what the specific type is called, but there's like an ideal type of little person in terms of functionality and various other stuff. So he got on CSI for that, but he also was a great actor. So it's like that kind of little shit on little shows popped him in front of the right people, and then he got into movies, and it's just nice way to to shut the doggy door.
That's just it. Like somebody said in the chat on either YouTube or Rumble, or it could be both. Somebody said Peter Dinklage has taken away more acting jobs from little people than any Prejudice ever has. Like he's like,
right?
Quit giving opportunities to little people, and all these little people are like, hey, Peter, we still need work, you fucking millionaire. Hell are you doing?
And the thing is, like, they get Peter Dinklage and, the guy that they do have from the Pirates movies to be like the front and center little people. But they're not going to be able to afford that kind of price range for all of them. So they're going to go, forgive me for saying, low end budget for some of the little people. They're going to try to cut some costs. They're going to try to, short the sale a little bit. So they're going to go with someone who maybe won't, come up as high on the billing, and that'll be where you discover new talent.
Still, my favorite Peter Dinklage line would have to be, "You'll surely die, only if it kills me. Yes, that's what dying means." I still like that line from which one was that?
I really love the Game of Thrones line where someone says something about cutting him in half, and he's like, "That would make me the Quarterman." Doesn't really have the same ring to it.
Why won't he finish the goddamn brothel with a jackass and a honeycomb joke, goddamn you?
I know.
That story did turn into, whole fucking show just turned into something it wasn't for like the last 3 years. You're like, this is a different
It's almost
show.
like the...
it's like a bait and switch. It's like the Benioff and Weiss were trying to sell us a timeshare. And they like hooked us in with like food and drinks, and then all of a sudden they went, "Oh, and by the way, for 3 weeks out of the year, this can be yours." You're like, "Oh, fuck, god damn it! Hey, this is really good food, and it's great that we're mingling and drinking. What else you got?" Well, have you heard of Amway? Motherfucker, suck my dick, Game of Thrones. I knew this was too good to be true.
It's almost like they did a passion project and something they really cared about, and that got them a lot of notoriety. And then Hollywood went, "Hey, we want to give you more stuff. You guys seem awesome. All right, shit on the thing we're doing."
Yeah, hey, we want you to do a Star Wars thing for Disney. All right, fuck this gay Renaissance Festival bullshit we're doing. I'll see you guys later. Yeah, just have the dragon burn down the city. Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, back to Disney. I did not know this part of Disney. I didn't realize how much trouble they were in. I just thought they were kind of Disney, and you could poke little holes in the boat, and they were going to be fine. But Disney's streaming services...
As long as the little holes are the actresses.
Bad choice of words for Disney. You're right. Disney's streaming services have been losing money and subscribers. Disney lost 4 million subs from Disney Plus alone in the last quarter. Not the last year. 4 million people left Disney Plus in the last quarter. Streaming is expected to have hit a total loss of $800 million, not for the year, for the third quarter. $800 million lost. According to Bloomberg, Iger wants to completely sell off or restructure Disney's TV and streaming business in India. This is actually where Disney Plus has had the biggest losses. Yeah, because I don't think Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs are really into all the grooming shit you've been doing. Disney Plus Hotstar, the region's version of Disney Plus, lost streaming rights to Indian Premier League cricket matches. Son of a bitch. leading the service losing 3.8 million subscribers in quarter one and 4.6 million subscribers in quarter two. Boy, I mean, getting Disney Plus for cricket is like getting ESPN Plus for the porn. I mean, you wouldn't think that's where you go for it, but.
Well, I mean, doesn't Mia Khalifa do stuff with ESPN now?
Does she really?
I have no idea.
That's so believable to me that if you would have told me that, I'd have believed it. If you'd have kept a straight face. Disney will more than likely have to buy Comcast's 33% stake in Hulu in 2024. So Comcast doesn't want it either. They're like, yeah, we got to get out of the Disney business. Holy shit. So Disney is in serious, I'm not going to say trouble, but they're in the weeds a bit. Iger wants to hang on to ESPN, but is looking for a partner for the sports network. Potential partners include sports companies and Apple. Well, now you know why ESPN's been firing everybody.
Yeah.
The last couple months. They're trying to become attractive. They're trying to slim down for the summer months so they can score some dick. That's what ESPN's looking for. This is all these firings are a honeypot by Bob Iger. Speaking of Apple, there have been rumors since Iger's return last November that he will sell all of Disney to Apple. Boy, that's not too big of a company at all. Apple and Disney becoming one thing. That should be okayed. That won't be a serious fucking monopoly-like problem.
Oh, yeah, and no offense, I'm pissed about that because I'm sure we won't bat an eye at that, but we've been having this ongoing war with Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard. Like, that's too big a thing, and like Sony's like, no, because we like a lot of games they make, and they could make them, console exclusive like we do a lot of our games, and that would suck because it's kind of what we do.
Yeah. The whole Disney thing, how could you, fucking up Disney to me has to be one of the most impressive things that cultural progressives have done since they kind of started taking over the culture again. I mean, you had this thing that could have been like your cash cow that funded all the other bullshit you wanted to do on smaller platforms, but you swung for the fences, you took a big bite of the apple, and you choked on the core, and you went, all right, let's make Disney do all the shit that we've always wanted to do that most of the country finds repugnant. They'll never leave Disney. And guess what? Everybody left Disney. Their movies aren't making money.
What? They're leaving.
Well, what did you do? I just made a whole bunch of shit they didn't want to see. Why are they being such bigots? I don't understand it.
Did you make your DEI cartoon?
Yes.
What did it cost you?
Everything. Yeah, I mean, everybody's dropping their DEI now. And guess what? All of the people who are for DEI are pissed at them and they're threatening boycotts because you can't throw them a bone. They won't be satisfied. You've got to be on their team forever. It is, I will tell you, as someone who's very pessimistic about where the culture's heading, I do enjoy watching this one. The Disney one I do enjoy.
I don't know. My daughter loves Disney, so I have that problem to compete with. But at the same rate, I watch the things she's watching on Disney, and it's like, what was it? There was one of them about We Will Overcome or Love Will Overcome or something like that. It's two black kids running around explaining
against
how,
it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know you would be, but
right
I'm
off
just
the
saying,
bat.
I'm just saying they're explaining, they're going through their neighborhood, and it's an older kid explaining to a younger kid about how, about how they deal with so much hatred and oppression in their culture. And so they literally go to the point where they talk about, shops are closing up because, people are hateful and afraid and stuff like that. It's like, no. The grocery store didn't leave because you're black. The grocery store left because you guys keep robbing it. Like that, it's just at every point they come this way, but don't worry, love will overcome. Yeah. Love will overcome. And it's just again, you're failing to realize that there's actually systemic problems that are causing these things, and I don't think love will solve it.
Here's what businesses have always done. This is something that businesses always do. They go, guys, I got good news and I got bad news. Oh, what's the good news? We made $1 billion last quarter. Oh my God, that's amazing. What's the bad news? We have to close up all of our stores. Why? because it's black people buying our stuff. No successful business has ever done that. Ever. The money takes care of it. Cynically Insane says, how the fuck can streaming cost that much? Old blockbusters had to physically get DVDs every week. It was a lot cheaper to buy DVDs than it is to host and have the bandwidth you need. I mean, guys, consider the amount of content they have on that stream on that streaming service. That costs a fuckload of money.
Unlike Best Buy, your DVDs your DVDs are all digital content. So there's no limit, there's no supply. So like literally the hot thing is hot for 2 seconds and then it's not hot. So you need more content than ever because it's not like, oh, the new movie's out, but it's going to take a while for everyone to get to see it because it's rented out right now. We can put you on the list.
People don't realize like you need a lot of money to keep those streaming services going. When you tell people that YouTube's never turned a profit, they're shocked. They're like, yeah, YouTube loses money every single year. Like, how is that possible? Do you know how it's impossible to be able to afford the amount of bandwidth and service they need to allow all these people to stream, to allow all these videos to be stored on their platform? Like it's impossible to make money. I mean, you know why? I bet it doesn't make money. I bet it's because a bunch of the guys at the top take all the money, and if they'd share it and they'd let the streamers have more of the profit, everything would be better. Yeah, they take 30% from the streamers. They still can't turn a profit, guys. I'm sorry. And then also, April was telling me yesterday that one of the Sirius XM personalities, because they gave her another 90-day trial on Sirius, one of the Sirius
for an oil change now.
Yeah, one of the Sirius personalities was talking about how in a couple of years Sirius XM won't be around anymore. He said he goes, there's no new people signing up. There's no young people being hired here to do shows. There's no young people signing up for the service and listening to any of the shows. It's all an old audience, and that Sirius XM satellite radio is dying off. And then I looked up when Howard's deal is done. Howard's deal is up at the end of 2025, and that could be the death date for satellite radio. It's an obsolete technology, and it's never. I don't know if Sirius XM has ever turned a profit either. I think that might have been kept up by Liberty Media.
Satellite radio isn't an obsolete technology, but it's so niche because it's the technology is really useful for people who go places where you can't get cell reception and stuff like that.
Perhaps,
but again, that's most of society lives in places where you get good cell reception.
Right.
So most of us are fine.
So he was talking about how, it's just about done. It's just about over. And I was like, oh, that's pretty honest. That's pretty fair. I mean, other than Howard Stern and maybe like sports, what are people listening to? What are people using?
How do you listen to Howard now, though? Like, I can't even do it. Like, I get clips and stuff that I'll see on different things of people making fun of it. And I'm like, I don't even want to make fun of it because I'm just like, you know what I want is it's an impossible thing, but I want young Howard. I want up and coming, like go-getter Howard to walk in the studio and rip the shit out of current Howard.
Yeah.
I want the Howard that got him where he is to kind of go, hey, you're a fucking piece of shit and everything that I'm railing against.
You're saying what you want is Terminator Genesis Howard Stern edition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love that.
Okay. Who
better to rip the shit out of current Howard than what I would call golden Howard.
Yeah. Mr. Nagel says they overbought podcast companies and celebrity branding. They can't survive it. Yeah, they paid. I remember O&A used to rip on Sirius XM for hiring Oprah and paying her a bunch of money. I think that Shade 45 is an Eminem thing. Why are you paying Eminem to have a channel? Why are you paying all these celebrities to brand the channel? The people who listen to satellite radio don't give a shit if their channel is called Super Girl Talk or Oprah. Like they don't give a shit. They just listen to the shows that they listen to. That's it.
Get good people to make good shows. You know who you could get? I hear they are great. They're gangbusters. You could get Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Oh, they're good. Yeah, you got to get those guys. And then they also bought Pandora. So one company that doesn't turn a profit bought another company that doesn't turn a profit, and they expected step 3 to be profit. I don't understand. So
2 debts equal a financial windfall.
But if you think about it, if Howard doesn't leave regular radio, does satellite radio even become that prominent? Does it get out of the primordial ooze if Howard stays on regular radio? I mean, Howard, in a way, killed regular radio and satellite radio by jumping from one to the other. He made so much money that Sirius and XM couldn't survive as 2 companies. They needed both together. And now they're kind of the woman who's trapped between the 2 cars, and if you separate the 2 cars, she's going to bleed out.
Right.
They can't get rid of Howard because he's the thing drawing their biggest audience, but they can't keep Howard because he's too remarkably expensive to hold on to. But
I feel like the technology and everything, it came in before like internet streaming and cell phone streaming stuff really became prevalent. So I feel like it still would have existed. It might not have gotten. Howard gave it a big shot in the arm by like, hey, I'm switching over here. And so it got attention on it and stuff like that. But I feel like just in general, like I said, the technology and everything, it exists because it does have a use, like for long haul truckers and people who want to be able to say, listen to a show and not have to change the fucking radio station or whatever. They'll have a use for it. But like I said, most of us now, we've all been like, yeah, we just do that with the phone.
Trucker 18-Wheeler says the only time people have Sirius is when they get a new car, and who listens to that anyway? Yeah, I don't think they have a high percentage of people buying that new car and then renewing the Sirius subscription. Mr. Nagel says Sirius XM owns Pandora, Stitcher, Earwolf, some ad sales companies, license all the celebrity-branded channels, and pay through the nose for special celebrity and branded programs. They have TikTok radio. Oh, fuck. So if you tell SiriusXM like a hashtagable name, they're like, we have to get it. It's like, no, you have to put it on good radio. But, and E-Rock can attest to this as well. Terrestrial radio doesn't have the same problem, but they have a similar problem, is terrestrial radio wants to think of the next gimmick. What's the gimmick we're going to use to basically almost trick people into listening to us? It's like, how about you have a really interesting guy on your platform? Like,
but we don't like that because we can't control the guy. Like, because then the guy has a lot of power, and we're like, hey, we don't want to go to bat for you anytime you're a problem. Yeah. We want you to just, hand over everything and fork it all over. And then that guy can go fuck you and leave and take the audience with him. We don't want that.
I mean, it's one of those things where radio has never had a more open highway in the last couple of years than they have now, because SiriusXM's kind of fading away. YouTube is more restrictive in some ways than terrestrial radio, than the FCC is. And radio could be like, wow, we're going to put on the compelling content. It's right there. It's free in people's cars. It's free in people's homes. We're doing all the shit streaming does. We can go on streaming services. We can do video simulcasts. We can do all of it. And they're like, oh, no, we got to think of a contest that'll get people listening. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. It's like you ever watch a kid look for something and you're playing like the hot cold game and it's right in front of them and they have to grab it for themselves, but you want to yell, no, you fucking retard, it's right there.
See, that's the worst part is like, I do that with my daughter. I'm like, no, you retard, it's right there. And she still misses it.
She looks at you and goes, you're projecting, Dad.
Yeah, she just looks at me and she says, yeah, catch me. And then she runs out of the room.
Thank you very much to Tony Soprano with $10. Says, come on, people. Let's get this goal taken care of. Hey, he said it, not me. Fill up the old offering plate, 315 away to your favorite carnival barking e-beggars. 315, we've left you guys alone goal-wise today, and you've left us alone right back. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, YouTube. Go ahead, everybody chip in, knock it out, because Johnny didn't die yesterday. E-Rock,
remember, my only chance for happiness is a completed goal, so we got to do this.
That is true. E-Rock says, once people realized music is just listening to someone else's playlist that you can't skip, people stopped listening to music stations. Yeah, I mean, just from when I started doing mornings in 2014 to now looking at the Nielsen ratings in 2023, one that's really taken a hit, at least in Minnesota, is top 40 stations. Top 40 stations, even just 5-6 years ago, were a license to print money. You were the number one station in every market. You could charge whatever you want. You could charge by point for advertising. It was a good deal. It was the thing that was kind of helping save radio. And now you look at where your favorite top 40 station used to be, which is number one. And now you look at where it is now, which is number 6 or 7. And you're like, yeah, these young people are not turning on the radio to listen to this shit anymore. So
it's kind of like, and I can actually speak for myself on this one. It's kind of like when Pandora and other things came out, because that was the big thing about Pandora. Was they're like, hey, with Pandora, it's a radio station for you.
Right.
So now you pick your music, and we pick music in a similar way. And that even wasn't good enough, because that fucking took a shit. Now it's at the point where it's like, I have Amazon Music. I have my own playlists. I know what mood I'm in, and I'm like, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to go for that. Or I'll play, songs similar to the stuff I've liked. So I literally don't, I hate the radio in my car, because I'm like, no, I want to play what I want to play, because your music choices suck. Especially when it's like, hey, guys, we're going to rock you out with another Metallica Menage a Trois. And I'm like, all right, I love Metallica, but seriously, the 80s ended, guys. Let's just...
It's over. It's classic rock now, and they're playing it on rock stations. But then you go it's easy to turn on your radio in your car, and if you knew there was a personality that was really interesting and talked about some good shit and was funny and made you laugh, you could turn that on the radio nice and easy, easier than you could scroll through YouTube and try to find some guy who doesn't fucking suck. And they won't do it. It's like you said, they wouldn't be able to control it. Dub says, after Weird Al retired, UHF died. He's right about that. It's a very astute point he's making. FM radio is nothing but commercials now. It's like 2 songs an hour. Yeah, and it's songs you can't pick. I mean, I thought iPods back in the day was the thing that killed music radio, but some people hung in there. E-Rock says, top 40 is not doing well. Rock stations aren't doing well, and even hip-hop stations are struggling for ad sales. Yeah, I mean... I've been talking about this. This is the crazy part. I've been talking to radio executives about this for, 10 years or so now, as long as I've been doing Steel Toe, and they'll all agree with me. They'll go, content is king. Content is king. Content is king. And I'm like, then why are you playing music? It's like, oh, no, we mean the 30 seconds between the songs that the guy gives content. That's the king. And I'm like, no, nobody is going to wait around through songs they can't skip through to hear a guy tell you about the bake sale that's coming up at the church this weekend for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I really love listening to a radio station when they play a hit song that I hate. Because, I wouldn't say hate it. A hit song I'm indifferent to, but I grow to hate it because I'm so sick of it playing all the time, and it becomes an earworm, and I can't. And I'm like, I hate this song, and I don't want to listen to it, but I love that it's just being forced into my brain by a station that is playing it, because I'm sure they don't get any financial support from the record companies at all to pump that out.
It's never happened. Never happened.
Again, why can't you just fucking put somebody on that's a little entertaining to listen to? Because I can pick my own damn music. I have a phone.
Yeah. Swinging Sticks and Buzzing the Green says, Johnny, man, you look like you lost some weight. Good job, bruh. Aaron, keep producing a great show. Loving the content, man. Wait, does that mean I'm getting fatter?
I mean, maybe. I don't know if you're getting fatter, but you're picking up my weight? I don't know.
You lost it. I found it. E-Rock says classic rock stations with 80s, 90s, and early 2000s are actually doing well. Well, our old station excluded, of course, but, sometimes people lean in a little too much. Silverwolf says, that's what made me love you, Aaron. No music. Oh, is that what made you love me? All right, 3:15 away from killing today's goal. Let's go ahead and do that. Continue to contribute. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. We are lax on that for sure today. Let's go ahead and catch up a little bit and get that thing knocked down to a manageable figure, if you will. Tour de France. I have an update. I think this is the second year in a row this has happened. I usually don't give a shit about cycling. I don't give a shit about bike racing or anything like that. But I think 2 years in a row now, some dickbag, selfish, TikToking, Instagramming asshole has actually
caused a major accident.
Caused like a Seinfeldian level fuck up at the Tour de France. Like something where you watch it on a TV show. Like, remember those moments in Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm where something really humiliatingly bad would happen and you just cringed for Larry David or Jerry Seinfeld? And you're just like, oh, no. Ugh. That's what this Tour de France thing was. So these asshole shitbags have been doing this thing now where they go to these cycling races and they actually physically step out onto the road to take a selfie, or they lean in to take a selfie.
They want to get that viral shot, man.
They want to get the shot of them with all the bicycles coming around the corner, and it'll look so cool. Well, the problem is
so many likes.
Yeah, well, the problem is all of these cyclists are nuts to butts and handlebar to handlebar coming around these corners. They take up the whole road. So if somebody leans over that rope a little bit, they're going to get clipped. And if they get clipped, the handlebars are going to spin. That guy's going to go down. And if you have dozens, if not hundreds of people riding bicycles that close together, if one guy goes down, everybody's going down. Let's watch this piece of human garbage come out to take a selfie at the Tour de France.
Someone should beat the fuck out of this person.
I mean, you never get to come back.
Nope.
Right? You never get to come back.
So.
Yeah, you don't get to come back to the Tour de France. Some people in our chat are even saying, bring back the guillotine for people like this. But you don't get to come back. You don't get to go to any cycling events ever. In fact, I'm willing to suspend your ability to go to any live events.
I think we should take away your ability to use social media, because isn't that the ultimate evil here? You did all this for the likes, to the clicks. I feel like that's where we get you. We go, hey, how about you don't get to get likes and clicks anymore? No. I don't care if it's at home cooking for your fucking cats, dude. You're done with social media because it's the evil that has created you. So take a break. You're done.
Let's check out. This is from the Tour de France. And this is somebody who just really wanted that good selfie.
It's the front rider goes down, and he takes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 10 riders, and maybe more there going down in that crash. Spectator in the white.
I missed it. I was watching the top. Let me see that again.
Yeah, I was looking.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. Okay, so he goes down.
And he takes out 1,
and
2,
then there goes
3,
everybody.
4, 5,
no.
At least 10 riders, and maybe more there going down in that crash. Spectator in the white hat.
Looking like filming up the road, not looking at the riders coming towards him.
Oh, no.
It's like the selfie.
Oh, and they hit the handlebar, you fucking asshole.
Oh, so that guy's trying to keep that thing on, and the front wheel is wobbling like crazy.
Yep. You know, if anyone's ever spun your handlebars on your bike, you know that it's hard to control. And this person hit that edge of that right handlebar, and it went. Wheel goes sideways for a little bit, and then that guy takes a tumble.
Phone is out.
Oh,
and
no.
When it comes back in.
So she bent it this way. He tries to overcorrect that way, and that shimmy causes him to go down. Oh, yeah, you're banned from everything.
Right onto the arm.
And then just the comical
Nathan Van
Blues Brothers pile up.
Taking multiple riders down there. Oh, wow.
And the first guy that goes down immediately is like, all right, fetal position.
Shocking.
I just don't want to get run over.
Right.
And they're so pissed because you can't just recover from that. Like, the front of the pack is breaking away this whole time.
Yeah.
So you've got to make that up. You've got who knows what kind of injuries from, hitting the ground.
That would fill me with anxiety to watch everyone else, like to watch those guys going forward and me not able to go anywhere. And I'm just sitting there losing times, precious seconds in the Tour de France. And all because some little shitbag brought a phone. Oh, I want to see the replay.
The road, not looking at the riders coming towards him.
Right there. Right there, bringing the phone down. Look at that. They've got 1 foot past the line, 1 foot into like the course area. They're bringing the phone down after they take a picture. You can't wait until everybody comes past. You got to get out there right now.
And you got to share it right away because, everybody has. That's the other problem with this, too, is assholes don't realize, oh, I'm going to share this moment I have in the Tour de France. Yeah, you and every fucker here has a phone.
What do you do as that happens in front of you and everyone's looking at you like you're the guy who caused it? Do you just try to slink away? Do you stand there just feeling hot? Like, how do you
I hate to say it, but do you start smiling because you go, well, now I'm going viral?
Yeah, I got what I wanted.
It's like the cell phone is out, and when it comes back in, just right onto the arm and handlebars of Nathan Van Hooydonk taking.
Yeah, you're right. He's just going right into
there.
fetal position. He's like, I just don't need a tire. The last thing I need now is a tire running over my head.
Ugh.
Got to get rid of him. Like, that person's not allowed to go to any of this shit ever again.
Like I said, for a lot of this stuff, these people are like, oh, I wanted to share it on social media. I got to get the clicks, likes. Like, yeah, so guess what we need to take from you? Like, that's one of the things. The lady who did the fake kidnapping thing, like, that's one of the punishments where I'm like, yeah, fuck the year of jail or whatever jail time they gave her.
Yeah, they just took away her TikTok or whatever, her phone.
Yeah, taking away her social media and the ability for her to use social media. That's the one that is going to burn her in the middle of the night when she just wants someone to like her post. And, oh, but I can't have social media anymore.
Nope.
It's like, oh, why did I have to lie about 2 Mexicans stealing my kids?
That's right. She said 2 Mexicans. That's the weirdest part of making up those stories is the racism. It's like, they didn't have to be Mexican. Like, that's also how I knew you were lying. Like, you had to get really specific with who stole them. Hebe Kai says, let's be honest, we all want to sideswipe a cyclist at least once in our lives. Yeah, just not during the Tour de France. I'm just thinking, when they take up too much of the road.
Yeah, dude, when they fucking act like the bike lane is the entire road, those are assholes. The Tour de France is like a thing. Like, I don't like people who go randomly punching people, but I don't think we need to take out the same rules on those people as we do, say, like on boxers. I'm like, no. They're doing an actual thing. How about we just stay out of the way?
Exactly. Scarface with $10 says, R.I.P. Johnny. If I close my eyes, I can still hear him like he's still here with us. Thank you, Scarface. 305. And yes, if you want to bring Johnny back from the dead, one of the things he did ask me yesterday before he went into that coma, and we got AI Johnny, is he wanted you to knock out today's goal. So we're 305 away. It's what he wanted more than anything else. He said, I don't care if I ever walk again. I've been without my legs long enough. I don't really give a shit. But you know what I need from this audience? I need them to knock out that goal and make Aaron happy so he can do a half hour of overtime. And I just thought that was really sweet of Johnny to do that. 305 away from today's goal. Go ahead and chip in and help us knock that out and fill up this year offering plate that we got. I got quite a few people writing in about the Tour de France thing. Guys, hit the thumbs up button, hit like, hit subscribe on whatever platform you're on. We are like 25 follows on Rumble away from 2,000. So we're at about 12,000 total subscribers on the 2 platforms. Thank you, guys. They'll just set the spectator area further back, says Fan of Stuff. I don't see the end of this coming anytime soon. Like, the more people get addicted to TikTok and putting shit on Instagram, I don't see the Tour de France thing. Like, somebody someday is going to run out into the middle of the road and try it.
If I get out there before everyone shows up, they can go around me.
Yeah. Mick KM says what you do is you accuse the guy next to you. Yeah, you give him the Tommy boy. You look at him, you go, what'd you do? Me? It was him. No, this guy's lying. This guy's crazy. White Rex says you go collect half the winnings from the fucker you helped win. Yeah, I believe I deserve a little something for the assist. Thank you very much. Dirty Old Coin Purse says what you do is if you cause the accident is clearly start making a video and play the victim by saying these people on bikes ran into you. Yeah, and if you're like a minority of some sort, you can say that it was a hate crime, and you might be able to skate on the thing because nobody wants to confront you about it.
And if you don't have the minority thing, they're in Europe, so yeah, just pull the LGBTQ card. That's a really quick, like, instant minority thing.
Devil's Advocate says AI Johnny avatar is ugly as fuck. Oh, that's not very nice. Well, at least it's not the real one. That might hurt his feelings. Mr. Approachable.
Thank God I'm just computer generated.
Mr. Approachable says, who is winning this week in donation wars, YouTube or Rumble? I do like Mr. Approachable's idea of giving the Friday show to the platform that contributes the most to the program. And Rumble would certainly, I think Rumble, no, YouTube's ahead because of the evening show. They won the evening show last night. But Rumble would be doing very, very well. But I like Rumble Fridays too much, to be honest with you.
Just
scrap that.
There's no offense. There's no win if YouTube wins. Oh, great, we get to stay on YouTube, so we'll be careful what we talk about.
Yes, exactly. John Jamingo over on Rumble says, I'm pro bike crash. We need Rex. Yeah. Just not at the Tour de France, because at least those people are professionals. These assholes who bike on city streets acting like they're professionals, those people get sideswiped. I never feel bad. But the actual Tour de France, Devil's Adequate says, I was banned from Rumble for hate speech. Holy shit, you're good. If you get banned from Rumble for hate speech, Jesus Christ. You know what? I don't even want to know what you wrote. I'd be terrified to even look at it if you got banned from Rumble for hate speech. Wood Chippy says, Rumble Fridays, fuck. They certainly do, and it gives us our biggest audience of the week. Which, by the way, thank you guys. What are we? Over 600, pushing 700 people at a time at the moment. Thank you very much. Keep hitting share. Keep hitting like. Keep telling your friends. And keep knocking that goal down. We're at 305 at the moment. All right, so off from cycling to and a lot of people thought that the guy knocking over the cyclist was like some kind of hero, I guess, because they hate cycling that much. Well, we have an actual superhero in our midst. Things in San Francisco have gotten so bad
that someone's taking a pooper scooper and is getting matters into their own hands.
That would be a
You won't pick it up, I will.
That would be a superhero in and of itself. But in San Francisco, they've got a Batman now.
What?
Yeah. It's gotten so, but remember that used to be the joke? We were like, oh, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, you guys want to get a Batman? Because that's how you get Batman.
How you get a Batman.
Well, San Francisco has, in my opinion, as close as you want to be to a Batman in your city.
So we're thinking close to Batman, but not Batman. So is it the Keen?
It is not the Keen. And it is not Mysterion either. Let's check out. Let's check in on San Francisco and see how they're doing.
One man's way of trying to build a better Bay Area, although not one that police would recommend. Last year, San Francisco, there were more than 20,000 reported thefts from vehicles. ABC 7 News reporter Luz Pena spoke with a San Francisco resident and business owner who has taken it upon himself to fight back and protect his neighborhood. She's in the newsroom with an interview and a story you'll see only on ABC 7. Luz?
I love when the police are like, hey, don't be taking matters into your own hands. That's not okay. And it's like, okay, my options here in San Francisco are taking matters into my own hands, moving.
Or letting the criminals do whatever they want.
Yeah, or waiting for you to do your fucking job, which apparently you've made very clear is not happening anytime soon.
And even if you want to do your job, the people have made it clear that you're not supposed to. So the laws actually state that, nobody's supposed to do their job or stop crime.
And if you do your job and the people like that you're doing your job, the DA will just let this person out with no bail anyway, so you can go do their job on them again. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Dan.
I don't see how, now that we lay it out that way, I don't see how you don't have a Batman. How do not all these cities have a Batman at this point?
Hey, if that's who I'm rescuing, I will find a way to be Batman.
She is a little Rachel Dawsey, too, isn't she?
Yeah.
A little bit.
San Francisco resident you're about to meet says he's hoping to help his neighborhood. At first, he was yelling at thieves who were breaking into cars. Now he's walking.
Then he got the shit beat out of him 16 times for doing that, talking shit. And now he's decided to get a little more strapped up.
Thieves who were breaking into cars. Now he's walking around the area hoping to scare them off. He's lived in San Francisco for over 20 years, and lately, instead of going by his legal name, people call him...
I'm called Boots, working...
Again, if you want to know what it looks like to see the twilight of a city and the end of a civilization, watch this news story.
Let me get.
We got a vigilante on the streets, and he's stopping people, and he's intimidating people from committing crime. Oh, really? What's your name? People call me Boots. So we're fucked then. Fucked it is.
So you're telling me that in San Francisco, a city where people are reputed to be a little, a little soft. So you're telling me they call you Boots. Does that mean you're a puss in boots, or
you wear boots, or you get fucked in the boot? Why are you Boots?
From
Boot Man. There we go.
People call him.
I'm called Boots, working from outside rather than inside.
Covering his face with a ski mask to protect his identity, Boots walks around his neighborhood, Fisherman's Wharf, looking like this and with a non-lethal weapon on his waist that looks like a gun. His goal is to scare off thieves from breaking into cars.
Wow, this is all going to go really great until you realize you don't know Kung Fu. Or, maybe somebody rats out that your gun is fake. Like, I don't know, the fucking local news. And then everybody just starts beating the shit out of you. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to stop breaking into cars for about 30 seconds a night. When they find you, beat the shit out of you, and then go back to stealing the cars. Batman worked because he was a billionaire with all kinds of crazy gadgets, and he was a goddamn ninja, a literal ninja. There was a ninja on the streets that had billionaire military technology all over his body.
And you know what the ninja didn't need to do?
What's
a
that?
Fluff piece on the news.
No. Batman, in fact, would discourage the news from covering him, whereas Boots is going to show his friends.
The criminals are getting to know us. Making a difference. I wouldn't call it an organized anything. It's just concerned citizens. Every day is a small victory. You chase them off from one corner.
For years, he's captured.
Oh, yeah, it's just nice to scare him off, and I feel like we are winning. Excuse me, you might want to watch that human shit on the sidewalk there. But anyway, like I said, I think we're really making a difference, and the city's really sprucing up here in San Francisco. God, even their superheroes in San Francisco are giant gay pussies.
Like I said, Puss in Boots.
I have a favorite gun. It's not a real gun, though. I don't want to... hurt the people.
It's non-lethal. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you end up getting shot.
Yeah.
Because you pull a gun, and then they pull a gun, and surprise, their bullets are lethal.
They do want to kill you. Actually, they want to break into the car. You're just being an inconvenience.
Videos of car break-ins, and now he says frustration led him to take matters into his own hands. He says he's doing it to help the area where he lives and owns a business.
The tourists aren't going to come here.
Well, I don't want to give away my secret identity from being Boots, but I live between 14th and 19th Street. I own a business. I'm about 5'10". I'm relatively scrawny. That's the other thing about this guy. He doesn't cast an intimidating figure.
No. In fact, the only thing you have going for you, was the anonymity and the perceived threat of your firearm. We now know the firearm is fake, and I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I could whittle down who Batman is, given the facts presented to me.
Nobody's going to figure out my secret identity. I'm a billionaire who lives in a manor. That's all I'll say. Oh, okay. Billionaire lives in a manor, Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne. Damn it! How'd you guess? First of all, the whole story of Batman is it's easy to figure out it's Bruce Wayne anyway. It's like, who else has the money to afford that kind of shit and is maybe a little cuckoo and a little fucked up?
It's weird. This rich recluse who lost his parents disappeared for almost 10 years in some cases, depending on which timeline we're reading. But and then he just kind of came back out of the blue, and it just happened to coincide with the arrival of this super vigilante who's taking justice into his own hands and fighting criminals in the street.
And boy, this super vigilante would need a lot of money to use the stuff he uses, and that vehicle he drives, that's like $1 million military road vehicle. Like, how would he be able to? Who else would make stuff for the military have enough money to afford those gadgets, maybe have an axe to grind against criminals, is in phenomenal physical condition. Boy, I'm really starting to narrow it down. Bob Iger? I don't think it's
Disney guy, goddammit.
No.
Disney guy did this to us.
The business of some people that have lived here and been here for their entire lives, and it's not fair.
And I'm keeping my identity secret, but if you'll excuse me, I got to go pull a shift at the hardware store. Someone called in sick. Fuck! Damn it. Oh, man. Well,
According to SFPD's incident data, on average, there are 67 thefts from vehicles every day in San Francisco. Outside of this brunch spot, employees see car break-ins on a daily basis.
They just leave all their stuff in there, and then boom shakalaka, less than 5 seconds.
Boom shakalaka.
did this motherfucker just boom shakalaka a car break-in? Kenny
Win just boom shakalaka does.
Kenny apparently just started playing NBA Jam for Super Nintendo. And it's 1995. I bet you don't spoil what happens in the Power Rangers TV series. Kenny hasn't caught it all yet. Wow.
He just beat Punch-Out yesterday.
Yeah. He just drafted Warren Moon on his fantasy football team. He's very excited. He picked Warren Moon, and I think he's going to have a revitalization with the Vikings. Boom shakalaka. I just heard boom shakalaka from a young man in 2023.
Well, hold on. We can't be sure about his age. No offense. One thing I love about Asians is they are kind of immortal. All right. They look 20 until they turn like 65, and it's a light switch. They go from like, dude, are you 15 to holy crap, Grandpa? Yeah. How old are you?
They go from Calgon
like overnight.
They go from Calgon Take Me Away to Shang Tsung in one day. It's remarkable.
Car break-ins on a daily basis.
They just leave all their stuff in there, and then boom shakalaka, less than 5 seconds, they grab your stuff and they're gone.
Many who
Well, boom shakalaka, boom goes the dynamite. Ayo, one of those things. You okay?
Yeah, I dropped something.
Oh, I thought Johnny died again.
No, I dropped something on the floor, and I realized it would get in the way of me rolling my chair around occasionally.
I was going to say, I liked the Shang Tsung reference, but I didn't think it was that good.
No, it killed me, man.
Yeah.
work here share a common sense of helplessness.
I'm frustrated too, and you can't do anything.
Yesterday,
Well, good gravy, boom shakalaka, am I right?
You certainly can't change the way you vote or the people you vote for, am I right?
That's what I love about San Francisco is they're like, oh, man, it just keeps getting worse. Oh, I'm sure glad the decisions I make on a regular basis don't contribute to any of this. I'm sure glad the attitudes of the community make us total victims and not complicit in this in any way, shape, or form. This guy is not, I'm sorry, but he does not cast an imposing figure.
Boots was walking in the area. SFPD arrested him for brandishing an imitation firearm, which is a misdemeanor.
Okay, first off, they saved this guy from an ass whooping, sure. But second of all, way to go, San Francisco. Way to make the mistake that every crime movie cop makes. We need to stop this vigilante, not the crime. Maybe if you guys were as hard as the people who were robbing vehicles as you were on fucking Boots, you might be in a better place.
We need to arrest him. He's brandishing a fake firearm. That's a misdemeanor. What if he brandishes a real firearm? Well, then we better let him go because he's just a misunderstood citizen.
Right. He's brandishing a fake firearm. Throw him in jail. Hey, we just arrested this guy who was brandishing a real firearm. Yeah, no bail. Let him out and hope he comes to court. Sounds good. It's like the Carlin thing where he goes, they're going to ban the toy guns and let him keep the fucking real ones.
Recommend anyone doing that. We understand everyone's frustration. Officers are frustrated in taking the number of police reports regarding auto burglaries occurring throughout the city.
Oh, you hear that? People who have had their car broken into or their home vandalized or anything else, the cops are right there with you. They're frustrated at all the paperwork they have to fill out. Could you be more tone deaf?
You get your car broken into once, right? And for you, it's one break-in, and I get it. It upsets your life. But for me, it's one of like the 7 break-ins that I have to fill out a form in fucking triplicate, by the way.
This guy still handwrites out his reports. I want the people of San Francisco to know that we are riding with you. I know a lot of your valuables and cash were taken out of your car, but I have to write down what happened, and that's like just as traumatic.
Look,
However,
you may
there
have
is-
lost money, possessions, things that are irreplaceable, but I'm getting carpal tunnel over here, okay?
I mean, look, I know you guys lost a lot of important shit, but you know, I had to do that guy breaking into your car and stealing a lot of your valuables is actually the thing I go to for a living. So technically, you're helping keep me employed, and I thank you.
There is a system in place to
grandma's
do that.
road-
SFPD says they're short-staffed, but to Boots, even though he was arrested, he viewed this as another victory.
While the police were there, there was
Yeah, when I look at San Francisco, I see victory. I do. Do you think that
Guys, we caught him. We caught the Batman. I win.
Do you think that the Germans, while they were hunkering down in the bunker at the end of World War II, were like, hey, the Russians didn't kill any of us? I think that's a win today.
police were there. There was nobody getting their car broken into for that half hour.
There's no way to truly know if what he's doing
Yeah, that's how Batman measured his success. There was no crime in Gotham for 30 minutes. I'm making a difference.
is working. But we met this couple from New York who did the unthinkable.
I see your suitcases in the back. Yes, I guess we're lucky that nothing happened.
Or maybe thieves are noticing.
There is some protection here.
Yeah, that's what the thieves are noticing. Oh, man, I can't go out and break into cars tonight. The guy with the BB gun might be out there. Oh.
Yeah, dude, even if he's right, though, so what you're saying is the criminals are going, hey, man, we want to break into cars. I guess we better not go to Fisherman's Wharf anymore. Like, I'm sure the break-ins are still happening, but they're happening one community over or one block over. See, that was the thing. Batman didn't just guard he didn't guard the neighborhood around Wayne Manor or around Wayne Enterprises. He didn't just focus on where he lived and or worked. He did the whole city. Like, that was the whole thing. Like, you didn't know when you were in Gotham, like, is this the day I inadvertently run into Batman while I'm just trying to sling some dope?
Right.
And that's where drug dealers got nervous. Whereas now it's like, oh yeah, I suppose we don't steal radios anymore out of cars because those are pointless.
No.
But I want to steal your phone and whatever valuables you might have inside your car. But I might run into a wiener guy in a backpack, and
Not a wiener guy.
I don't know if I want to risk it. Better go one block over.
Dirty old coin purse becoming a baby boot. Guys, thank you for the memberships. Gifted memberships are great too. We appreciate that. Katie Kidney says Batman takes a snowblower and cleans the feces off the streets. Yeah, that Batman has a lot more chores to do in San Francisco than Gotham's Batman did.
That would actually work, though, if you aimed the shoot of the snowblower at the homeless people who are shitting on the streets. Like, I feel like if you threw it right back in their face, they'd be like, maybe I should clean this up.
I also feel like, in fairness, that's how you create a super contagion, too. So that might be a little risky. Honor roll dude. Well, it is San Francisco. He says bat they, assuming they identify as male. That's a good point. I did do that. Johnny 1.0 with a $5 super chat says, let's do it for Johnny, man. There you go. $300 away from today's goal. Knock that out, guys. Let's get moving. Everybody on PayPal, everybody on Rumble, everybody on YouTube, chip in a few bucks. Let's knock out that goal and do 30 minutes of overtime today before we get to the offering plate gospel music segment, which I am enjoying. But boy, is it high energy as fuck. Roots Calhoun says it's actually Boots Calhoun. Oh, shit, it's Roots.
Oh, no.
I had no idea. Gray Duckling with 199 says his sidekick's name is Mittens. Oh, Boots and Mittens. San Francisco's,
I feel like Boots and Socks would be a better one.
San Francisco's crime fighting team. And much like San Francisco, it sounds remarkably gay. Johnny Chimpo says, well, R.I.P. Boots. Everybody, actually, there's multiple people in the chat as I'm catching up here just saying R.I.P. Boots. Thanks for the memories. Better scoot Boots. Oh. She better watch out or Boots is going to take her to the local ICE office. Yeah, and he's going to say, boom shakalaka. Look out. God, this guy. I mean, best of luck. Like I said, I mean, I guess San Francisco needs you. But You've got a long haul. Like Johnny said, you've got one part of one city block trying to contain all of this auto theft.
And your victory was for at least 30 minutes.
Yeah, for 30 minutes. Well, you got to start somewhere, right? You got to start somewhere. Thank you very much. Oh, my goodness. We are damn near there, just about 700. We're at about 690. Well, oh, wait, and that's not counting Twitter and Facebook. So we're definitely over 700 at this point here on Steel Toe. Keep hitting thumbs up. We appreciate the thumbs up on Rumbles and YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw in a couple of bucks if you can. Thank you, boys and girls, very much. 300 away from knocking it out. Let's get a little closer in the next couple of minutes here. Little bit of a rally. Why the hell not? I like rallies. Rallies are good. Let's go into PayPal here. I think we got, I thought we had something. We have nothing. Well, that's embarrassing, Aaron.
Don't worry. Check Rumble.
Let's go to Antioch, California. Oh, $5 from Dub over on Rumble. Thank you very much. $2.95 away from hitting. There you go, guys. Let's get to 200. Dub says, Toon says the driving cat is stealing cars after getting on fentanyl. Oh, well, it's a hell of an accusation for poor Toonces. Toons has been watching this show for like 3 years now, and he's getting shit.
Dude, that's actually impressive, though. Most people that I understand, when they are on fentanyl, generally very lethargic. You're telling me this is one of the few people who gets amped on fent? Good God.
Usually when you get blackout drunk, you don't dream. So I've heard. Let's go to Antioch, California for the next one. Johnny, we got a police chief who might be in a little bit of trouble.
Uh-oh.
His text messages came out.
Oh, no.
Would you like to make a guess? Antioch, California. Text messages being leaked from a police chief. You're going to say racist?
No, actually, no. Antioch, California. I'm going to say he's been saying he's gay, and it turns out he's straight.
Yeah, that's what would offend them in Antioch. Shano Banano says, I couldn't find you on Rumble this morning. I mean, we're there. Got about 400.
Yeah, dude.
Got about 400 people hanging out over there and almost 400 on YouTube. Let's get them both up there. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. So, Need Trump says, how many subscriptions do you have to have before we don't need a goal anymore? Oh, how many members? Well, let's see. I don't know, like 2,000? I think 2,000 would be about the number, somewhere between 2,000 or 3,000. I think would put us at no goals, and I think we're at 600 something at the moment. All right, guys, keep it going. Let's keep knocking that thing out, and let's handle our business today and do some overtime. All right, Antioch, California, police chief, text messages leaked. Johnny, I can only say this: trust your gut.
Documenting racist texts sent by Antioch police officers shows that the texts weren't just directed at suspects, but this time towards their own police chief.
So these guys were texting about this guy. I wonder what they said. I love stories where the setup is right there. We're all just way too impatient to get to the punchline. Because you see it from a mile away. They're like, oh, there were racist text messages from a police department. You're like, oh, this will be interesting. What did they say? It wasn't just about suspects saying, oh, shit. It was also this police chief. And they're like, oh, God.
Now we really need to get to what they said part, because I've got a running tally list in my head, and I want to know.
What's one of them?
Diversity hire.
Okay, diversity hire, but that's not necessarily like offensively racist. That's just a racial assumption that you're making. I mean, really go for it here. And don't go with the easy one. I'm going to give you hints. Swing for the fences, but don't do the easy one.
Captain Milk Dud.
Okay, that was a little too obscure. When I said swing for the fences, I didn't mean try to put the ball in the parking lot. I mean, just like over the fence a little bit. What might be a comparison that they make for this police chief?
He looks a lot like the suspects.
Let's check it out.
Officer Jonathan Adams writes, have you met the new gorilla emoji chief yet?
Okay, come on. That is so low ball.
I told you. I said swing for the fences, but don't go too obvious. I thought you would go like N-word. They went gorilla.
Oh, Jesus.
For me, again, I don't take that kind of stuff personal. I know who I am. I know what I stand for.
I know I'm not actually a gorilla. I am pretty sure that I am a Homo sapien. And so these attacks, these are scurrilous, slanderous attacks, accusing me of primate genetics.
And quite frankly, I don't know if any of you have done this, but if you go on Google and type in silverback gorilla and then click images, nothing alike. In fact, I am remarkably hairless, whereas most gorillas, incredibly hairy.
Wouldn't it be great if this guy had the greatest trolley sense of humor and he shows up on camera eating a banana? He's just like, he goes, I don't understand what all the fuss is about. I don't know how I relate to a gorilla at all. Hold on. I spilled a little on my chest here. Hold on.
If he did that, not only would that be the greatest own ever, I feel like you'd get the respect of everyone that sent those text messages.
Right,
like,
Sheriff
hey,
of the Year.
We have the best. We have the best chief ever because we fucking said this horrible, offensive shit, and we're all like, oh, we're gonna get fired, whatever. And I'm sure they're gonna get some like, they're
gonna get transferred. They can't work for this police chief anymore after calling him a gorilla.
Oh God, no. I want them to work for me if they called me that.
Oh. Hey, why don't you come
Hey, what's
on
up,
in
zookeeper?
The guy goes on the news and he goes, oh, I stubbed my toe. I stubbed my toe. They're like, are you doing this on purpose, Chief? Yes, I am.
And that's enough for me.
The comments made towards Chief Ford were uncovered in a new 128-page report from the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office.
Oh, no, please tell me they don't have 120 pages of text messages about the black police chief. Please don't.
Like
I love that the district attorney's office is like, hey, guys, we better look into our police department to make sure that we get all of the racists and everything. We don't have any other crime problems to worry about.
Right.
So let's make sure that if they're sending any mean tweets, we get those cops.
I mean, this is kind of a tattletale thing. These are private text messages between two guys. And yes, they said something that's very offensive about their boss. But if we did this in every job where you get called out on the carpet and there's a big investigation every time you text your buddy something offensive about your boss, there's not going to be too many people left gainfully employed.
Yeah, most of us say horrible, horrible things about my boss. I do it on my show all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I used to... Wait a minute. Hold on a second. That would be... Oh, man. I remember when I worked at a family restaurant that was owned by a Greek, I would regularly, text my coworkers and I'd say, I hope that fucking olive pit ain't coming in today. And, I certainly didn't want them going through my phone.
Like the previous two reports, the texts contained racist language, homophobic slurs, and racist tropes used against Muslims and Jews.
Wow, they ran the gauntlet, didn't they? I mean, they collected all the stones. They had the black stone, they had the gay stone, they had the Muslim stone, they got the Jew stone.
I don't know if I want to go Marvel with this one. I'm thinking, maybe I'm just because I'm a nerd. I'm thinking more Sonic. Like they got all the Chaos Emeralds.
We go DC.
And then they went super racist.
They were unstoppable. If he gets the Jew ring, we won't be able to stop him.
I want to read his text messages to like the Sonic theme now.
If it's Super Mario, they break the box and it's not the superstar, it's a Star of David.
Oh,
and they get that and they just have a yarmulke and payas and they start running around. Yeah. It's in the new Super Mario. It's really good.
Against Muslims and Jews. And texts like this one demonstrate that officers use racial profiling while out on patrol.
Wait, what? I don't believe you.
Sir Eric Rombo writes, I'm really good at racial profiling. Officer Jonathan Adams responds, I'm a trained expert. Learn from the best in the business.
I'm really good at saying, that's a black guy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that may be racially profiling, but if they are really good at it, that means they're calling it every time. So is that technically a bad thing? Doesn't that, I mean, back in the day, we used to call that being a good detective. This guy should be in plain clothes.
My question is, I'm not saying it's right, but is it wrong?
Right. Is it wrong? Okay, if it's morally wrong, is it incorrect? Like,
is he literally like, is he arresting people who did nothing wrong, or is he going, I bet that guy's up to something, and more often than not, he's right? Like, because I'm saying, I don't approve of the methods, but at a certain day, it's like, how much of the shoe level is the shit at now?
Well, not only that, but like, I'm sure he profiles white crimes too, like crimes that are done, and he's like, someone's like, oh, what do you think it is? You think it's a black guy? He's like, no, black people don't do that. I'm really good at racial profiling. I know this is a white dude.
Well, we found a bag of Coke in a cubby. Who could it possibly be? Oh, it's got to be some, like, upper crusty white guy, especially if he's, like, the son of the boss.
Yeah.
Like, that would be the guy.
Actually, we wrapped up our investigation. Turns out it was nobody's cocaine. The guy goes, it's always somebody's cocaine.
It's essentially the same group of people, still spewing the same hate speech and hate rhetoric.
I read enough up until the chief was described as a gorilla. And that was enough for me.
Wait, but you missed the compliments. That would be funny if the officers tried to defend themselves. They're like, yeah, but read 2 texts later. We say he seems like a decent enough guy. And they said, yes, but officer, it says right after that for a gorilla face emoji. Well,
We just mean that he's very, svelte. Looks like he works out like like he has like a natural athleticism to him, like he lived in the wild, and it's amazing.
Well,
I attribute it to the high potassium, all the bananas.
Back in the slave days, they used to take the big black and breed him with the big woman, and then you get a big black cop. We don't, Officer Greek, no.
In terms of what I needed to see.
Boy, I tell you what, these cops really stacked the deck against themselves, didn't they? Black chief, black mayor, and you guys decided to go gorilla? Balls to you.
And you went text message, a form that's in no way a paper. Like, maybe just if you got to get this out, and I can't imagine why, but if you've got to do it, like, maybe just do it, like, I don't know, in person. Just like.
Officer, hand me that note. What's that in your hand? Bring that up here. Let's see what couldn't wait until after class. I'm so glad that we have Chief Anderson helping us today. Now we have the privilege of staring at that fat tub of lard all day.
Antioch Mayor Lamar Thorpe says he spoke to Chief Ford over the weekend. Thorpe has continuously called for the officers involved, which is up to 40% of the entire police department.
They caught almost half the police department being racist bags of shit towards the police chief.
Look, I was about to say this reminds me of a really great game of Cards Against Humanity that I was involved in. But now that's entirely different, because that was one person who was forced to read I didn't understand our first I don't know that I can say it on YouTube. Actually, I should probably not.
But 40% of your police department, when like activists, it's weird when those really bitchy activists who annoy the shit out of you like finally stumble on a good point, you have to begrudgingly admit it. Like, if you have people in Antioch, California going, we have a racism problem in our police department, I'd be like, oh, yeah, prove it. And they're like, here's their text messages. And you're like, wow, that's about 40% of the police. Yeah, they could probably stand to tone down on the racism a little bit.
Whereas I'm a horrible piece of shit, and I'm like, oh, you guys haven't all gone completely, like, leftist woke. There's still some of you who are willing to just be, good old-fashioned racists, apparently.
Yeah.
To be fired. He says the FBI's investigation is all the evidence that is needed.
I said to the chief yesterday that all these officers need to be fired immediately. We don't need racists in our police department.
You don't need them, but by their own admission, they're really good at profiling. Are you sure this isn't a baby bathwater situation?
All right. Look, I understand that this is horribly offensive, and it is. Just the in my opinion, I'm offended by the lack of creativity in a lot of these things.
Right.
I completely overestimated the capability and intelligence of the racism that these cops would be wielding. So I feel like maybe they aren't mentally qualified to be police officers. But still, getting rid of 40% of your police officers just because they need to be fired, and this is not acceptable. Right. So you're down to 60% of your effective police force. How do you see that panning out?
It's lazy racism is what it is.
And we need to move on from this. This is costing the city a lot of money, and it's costing taxpayers a lot of money.
We want the...
All right, we need to replace 40% of our police force. We've started the interviews. Guys, the last part of this interview is I'm just going to show you a few pictures. You say whatever comes to mind. Bumblebee, very good, very good, very good. Sandwich, very good, very good. Here's the police chief. Gorilla, fuck, no, shit, oh, damn it. All right, well.
All right. Let's try again.
Okay.
We'll try again.
Okay.
This is a picture of an actual gorilla.
Police chief, fuck, God damn it.
You can't get this.
All right, try it again. Give me the gorilla picture again. Ready? Hold on.
All right. Here's a different one, but it's still a gorilla.
Ving Rhames and Con Air. God.
Oh, come on.
All right, give me one more. I can do this, officer.
All right,
I can.
This one's comical. It's a gorilla wearing lipstick. Come on.
Lizzo. No, I've got it. I can
Jesus.
do it. I can show me it again. Same picture. Show me again.
All right. In fairness, there is
Gorilla
a
wearing
similarity.
lipstick. Okay.
All right, come on. Same one. You know what it is.
Leslie Jones. Fuck. God. Shit.
Jesus.
I am not cut out for this job.
officers fired, and we also want them decertified so they can't just jump to another department.
Frank
Well, that's no fun. How's Idaho supposed to get cops? Dick. They show him a picture of just a black guy, and the cop goes, nightstick. Fuck. God. Human being. Shit. I really.
All right, we're gonna do a little thing here. This is Joe Biden. What do you think when you see that? President of the United States. All right, we can accept that. All right, now this is just a random person of color. Suspect. Oh,
God
right,
damn it.
You are hired.
Is an Antioch resident and community activist. He sued the Antioch Police Department for excessive use of force and won. He says more can be done as the investigation.
They shoved a baton up my ass and called me the gay F word. Hurt my feelings and my butt.
Continues.
We also want the Antioch Police Officers Association disbanded, as the president of the Antioch Police Officers Association, Rick Hoffman, is a main factor in these text messages.
Last week, Antioch City.
I miss the good old days where cops kind of were able to suppress their racism a little bit from the public and not just text away at it like high school girls. Jesus, boys.
Staff
again, I'm not saying that these people deserve to keep their jobs and everything, but you do realize what is immediately going to follow getting rid of 40% of your police force in terms of response times, in terms of crime, theft, all that stuff. That stuff is again, like, criminals aren't going to be like, well, thank God they got rid of the racist cops. That's all we wanted.
Yeah.
You know, was to draw attention.
Do you want boots? Because that's how you get boots. And then the cops, the guy, the podcaster, community activist guy goes, and we want the whole police department shut down. It's like, no, that's what you wanted before this came out. You're just piling on more shit like a dickbag community activist, making everything about them. It's like climate change. It's like, oh, yeah, you know what we should do is all the stuff we've ever wanted to do for the last century and just call it climate change.
Police Department met with the California Department of Justice, who are also investigating the Antioch Police Department. Chief Ford says a blueprint is being put in place on how to revamp and rebuild the organization.
I would like it to be a black print, please, just because of the ongoing situation. I'd like to show some support.
Well, I mean, they call it a blueprint, but it's really, I mean, it's just a different shade, and it's the way the light hits it. I mean, really, they are still.
I mean, you know, my biggest problem with this is if they cut out 40% of the police force, it's going to be a really small force. It's going to be like a guerrilla force. I'm sorry. You know what? No, I should be taking stories like this more seriously. I cannot be monkeying around like that. Son of a bitch. I'm about to go ape over here. God damn it.
This is driving me nuts, man. Dare I say bananas, like BANANAS.
I don't. I'm going to go out in the sun today, and I'm going to get myself an orangutan. That's just no reason for that one.
I'm very, very bothered by what
No, I got another monkey one. Hold on. They weren't blueprints, Johnny. I'm going deep for this one. They're blueprints.
Oh,
The Jungle Book.
I thought you were gonna say people kept grabbing at them, so now they're really paw prints.
Huh.
I'm seeing and hearing, obviously, but I'm also very encouraged because I know this organization, as we speak, is on the road to recovery. This is not the same organization that.
Hold on, I'm just getting a call. Yep. Okay, apparently we've sodomized a black man with a nightstick. All right, looks like we still got some work to do, guys. I gotta go. Hi.
We're on the road to recovery, but inevitably you're gonna fall off the wagon once or twice.
Shit happens, Oh, Root says Baloo was a bear, dumbass. Oh, really? Oh, it was Louie was the monkey in Jungle Book, wasn't he? It was King Louie.
King Louie.
Fuck. I'm sorry. Son of a bitch. See No Evil says, these cops should be working for peanuts. Hey, wait a minute. Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, they were protecting peanuts if we're talking about, like, the white people in the comic strip.
Roots Calhoun just, he was able to school me today on what I needed to know about the Jungle Book. So I feel educated. And, stories about race like that last one, it's all about education. And luckily, I was able to get one. And again, I'm thankful for it. Avril says, you ruined it. Well, yeah, that's why we're moving on from this topic. 295 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and jump in. Guys, throw a couple of bucks in. Let's knock that 295 down to a manageable figure. And get us 30 minutes.
Otherwise, I'm going to die.
Yeah. Otherwise, Johnny's going to die. And get us 30 minutes of overtime. 295 away. We're halfway through today's show, and we're about $50 into today's goal. So let's go on a little rally. Everybody throw in a little bit. Let's see everybody chip in, and let's start a rally. Let's see if that gets something going. Everybody just start a fun little chain of contributions here and take the pressure off just a little bit. 295 away and an hour and change from rattling the offering plate and seeing if we can knock this thing out. Well, I don't mean to say that everyone told you so, but everyone told you so. Canada is once again expanding their MAID program.
They got it made in the shade now.
They're expanding it. Now, we heard before it was just going to be the terminally ill. There's no hope for them. There's, it's just a way to ease their suffering.
Really, we're being compassionate if you think about it.
So you had the Canadian MAID program, like any other government program. It was going to be small in scope, and that's it. Well, then it expanded to, we heard stories about wounded veterans asking for chairlifts in their homes, and Canada sent them information on the MAID program and asked if maybe they wanted to die instead.
Chairlifts are expensive, and you're just going to go up and down those stairs. How about you go up or down the ethereal plane, whichever way you're destined to, and we just call it a one and done.
That is it. Like, Canada's just trying to save money in their government healthcare system by just whacking people who might need a lot of care. It's like in the United States, remember when we were trying to do single-payer healthcare here? We were trying to do government healthcare when Obama was president, and they went, oh, no, it's totally fine. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. And then the Republicans were going, there's going to be death panels, and the death panels will decide whether you get care or you just die. And the Democrats are like, oh, that's ridiculous. We would never do that. And now we look at these other countries that have government health care, and they're like, hey, I tell you what, you could get this medical care that will totally cover for you, or you could let us kill you.
Look, me and a panel of my friends have been looking at your case, and we thought you should die.
Yeah, we recommend death on our panel. Wait a minute, so these are actual death panels? No, we're just a panel that happened to recommend.
Again, it's a recommendation.
Yeah.
Feel free to seek a second opinion, preferably from a wood chipper. Head first.
Precisely. Shannon with $2.95 over on PayPal. There you go, guys. $2.95. Let's let that be the rally. Let's let that be the jumping off point. Get in that PayPal. Get in that Streamlabs. Get on YouTube. Get on Rumble. Let Shannon be the spark that lights the fire to get us away from that 300 number and get us down closer into the ones. There you go. Make it click. Take a little break from the show for a second here. Contribute to your favorite e-begging listener-supported program and knock that goal down, because perhaps in the next few weeks, that goal may not be what it always has been. Fingers crossed. So now Canada is expanding their MAID program. And I'm tired of this because, Canada likes to do this thing where they play footsie with me. They flirt with me. They do a lot of shit I hate. And then I go, oh, Canada sucks. Canada's awful. And then Canada.
And they do one thing you like.
Yeah, they're like a subscription service that you canceled. They're like, well, have we told you about our new this, that, or the other? And it's like, it seems like it was tailor-made to, suck me back in.
Mm-hmm.
Canada is now expanding its assisted suicide program to include the mentally ill. Okay, what's next, Canada? Pit bulls? All right. You trying to sway me? You trying to pull me over? The Medical Assistance in Dying program, which is government-supported assisted suicide, a.k.a. the Canadian government killing undesirables, is about to expand its reach to the mentally ill. Now, you know what's funny about this, Johnny, is that mentally ill, by definition, you're not of sound mind and body to make your wishes very clear. But Canada wants
it can be really hard to get that out to people, to explain that you need help, which is why MAID is here, because we can help explain for everyone else. Like, no. They want this. They just don't know how to communicate it effectively. No. You want this. Shut up. You want this.
It's Canada's basically going, hey, look, I know that you have a mentally ill child, and that's really terrible. Have you thought about letting us kill him? No, you can't kill him. It's like, no offense. I think we should talk to them about this.
It's literally the bring out your dead bit. And he's like, I'm not dead. You're not fooling anyone, Oh, do us a favor.
Just clubs him. Callie, becoming a member for 13 months, says, spark. Come on, let's light that fucking spark and let's get that number down. You guys can do this. Shannon and Callie are trying to get it going. Everybody chip in. That means everybody, not just the 2.6%. Tuesday is always the toughest day, middle of the week and all. $2.95 away. We might have to get a little beggy at you here in the next couple hours, but we'll get there. We'll fucking get there. So Canada, according to the Canadian news outlet The Messenger, they will allow people with mental illness to choose medically assisted death beginning next year, according to a report. So don't worry, you just have to hang in there with your bipolar disorder for another year. And then I love how they think mentally ill people are going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just hang in there a year, as if they're not just going to take care of themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the same fiscal budget saving technology that they employed with the whole, like, you're a veteran who sacrificed for our country. Have you considered giving up? Like, I'd love to see people like, I really want all of these hormone drugs and hormone blockers and this gender affirming surgery. Okay, you could have that.
Yeah.
But hear me out.
Those Ain't Real Dude says, suicidal, get help with our suicide program. Right. I mean, all you're doing is just giving them the thing that everyone in their life has been actively trying to get them to not do for their entire life.
I'm actually strangely, I'm okay with this. And here's why. Because a lot of people are like, no, man, you got to keep going through this. But maybe they're incredibly unhappy with their life. And living their life is honestly, for a lot of people, more about you than them.
Right.
You don't want to think about losing them.
And not only that, I agree with you on that, Johnny, but also they're remarkably obnoxious and needy. So it's a win-win. Shano Obano says, someone gift me a gosh darn membership. Somebody gift everybody a gosh darn membership, and let's knock this thing out. We're trying to get a spark going here on today's show. Randy Marsh says, lazy mentally ill, waiting for government death. Delithian Gross says, if this is the bull, I want to dress you in red and drop you off in a bullpen bullpen in a Crip neighborhood. That was my line from the Iowa show yesterday. Thank you, Delithian Gross. Skeezy says, healthcare, we care. Now put this rope around your neck because we care. Pretty much it. Deutsch Chad says within 5 years, the USA will be the same way. No. This is still a free country. You want to do that shit, you do it yourself. And by the way, in America, they do it a lot. Johnny 1.0 says
because of this amazing Biden recovery.
It's really that Biden recovery that's got so many people wearing rope necklaces. Randy Marsh says, hell, I'd love a membership. I'm a poor. Ask AP. Well, help out the poors. Gift them memberships, and then it helps out these poors as well to keep this show going. Appreciate it, boys and girls. So the Medical Assistance in Dying program, known by the acronym MAID, for adults with terminal illness has been legal since 2016. It was amended in 2021 to take into account people with incurable conditions. And beginning in March 2024, it will include people whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. Hey, wait a minute. Can you hear that? It sounds like the sound of jackboots marching down a asphalt road. They're chanting something. They're just saying Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland. I don't understand what it means. I love how like Canada and these European countries.
I just hear that's what you're hearing. You might have something wrong with your ears or something. I listen and all I hear is peace in our time.
Oh, you know what? See, I didn't know that. Peace in our time. You know, now that you mention it, it does sound that way. It's amazing that all these countries keep like calling America Nazis and this and that. And then they're doing straight up Nazi shit.
Nazi stuff.
This is stuff that Nazis did. Oh, do you have mental illness? Let us get you out of the gene pool for you. It's like, what?
Look, you're too ugly to fuck anyway. So we're doing you a favor because now you don't have to deal with all of that crushing disappointment of rejection. You can just not be here.
Right. Guys, we got you all taken care of. You don't even need to be around anymore. There you go. God, Canada. And it's like, again, they've proven time and time again, just in the last 8 years or 7 years, they've already amended this thing at least twice. It's going to get worse. It's going to be handicapped people at some point, people who are quadriplegics, paraplegics. They're going to be able to use MAID. I think eventually in like 2032, it's going to be like, all right, we're adding one last thing. What's that? People with, and I quote, a case of the Mundays.
See, the sad part is, for me, like, there's people that make these like horror stories, like, I want to apply for MAID because I don't want to be homeless and all this other stuff, and I'm getting to the point where I'm going to be homeless, I can't make ends meet and everything like that. And they're like, oh, isn't it so sad this person wants to use MAID? And I'm like, no, actually, that's a responsible way to look at it. Like, if you're not going to be able to find a way out of that hole and you don't want to go in there, that's my problem. Is it's not that we're using this; it's that we're too quickly going to the handicapped and the disabled people. No. These people have been trained for a majority, at least, of their lives to accept assistance and to need help and take it. There are some people who are like, I can't take this, I can't make it work anymore, and I don't want to live on the streets and all that stuff. So how about you give me just a little bit of help one time? And I'm like, that's a damn responsible attitude.
John Domingo says, shocker that Aaron didn't go to us Rumble chat for the police chief story. Some of them weren't bad.
I keep it up all the time, and I'm never disappointed.
Some of them I can actually read. They're still remarkably offensive, but I can read them like Donkey Kong Jr.
I read them all. That's why I kept smirking and laughing.
John Domingo says, soon Canada will be using MAID for the obese. Just you wait.
God,
yeah, it does seem like they're going after anybody that could end up being a long-term cost to the medical system.
I don't want you to weigh me because it's offensive. Right, but you know what's not offensive? One last nap.
Yeah, what do you think? Mr. Approachable says, 2028. Do you have a hangnail? Have you considered the MAID program?
Doc, I stubbed my toe. Sounds like it's all over. Time to cash in.
Congratulations. The Canadian healthcare system saved $94 billion last year. That is great. On a totally unrelated story, we're running out of space for graves. We're thinking we're just going to relocate everyone in Newfoundland.
Look, burying people as whole people is really just, it's not good with space. So here's how. We've gotten some crematories. Like, I guess you could say they're kind of people-sized ovens. And
wait a minute. Do you live in Newfoundland? Have you heard of the MAID program? Wait, just because of where I live? Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says, too fat for breathing? We can fix that for you with the MAID program. Of course. I mean, that's all they're doing ultimately when you get to the bottom of it, Johnny. They're just trying to help.
Dude, yeah, because like exercise is a lot of work, and you didn't get here by doing that. So how about you take one lazy way out?
Yes.
One last.
Can you bring my kids to the rally tonight for my weekly VIP dues and stop fucking up my name? It's King Kong Dong 42. King Kong Dong with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Let that be, as we said, the spark that lights the fire and gets us back down there. 275 away from today's goal. Randy Marsh says, send Bam Margera to Canada and get this shit over with.
I would laugh because it's like, dude, we've given him all of the drugs that we use on other people. He's not fucking dead.
He actually left the MAID program and went to Las Vegas. This guy has no commitment to anything. It's remarkable. Now, we've gotten this is some criticism of Canada, saying there are no brakes on the culture of death train as it careens down the Canadian slippery slope. Canada's Justice Minister, Dave Lametti, said, we have gotten where we are through a number of very prudent steps. It's been a slow and careful evolution, and I'm proud of that. So they're very pleased with themselves and how they've handled who they're going to allow the government to kill. I mean, if they're happy, I'm happy. According to figures from 2001, the most recent year available, 10,064 people have died through medically assisted death, about 3% of Canadians that year. The MAID program has wiped out 3% of Canadians.
Yeah, but how much did that 3% cost? You know, I'm saying it's 3% of the population, but it's like 50% of the medical bills, and it's just, I feel like the government, it's a net profit. So I feel like the other, well, I don't know how many percent, because we don't know how many other Canadians we lost, but I'm just saying the survivors, like a rising tide lifts all ships. So just, in this case, the tide is no more medical bills for, these poor sick. By
the way, people wanted the Rumble chat in the YouTube chat. There you go. If you, otherwise you can just go Steel Toe Morning Show on Rumble. If you're having,
there's not a whole lot of them over there.
Yeah. If you're having problems finding it, there you go. Now I will just go ahead and click that and then I'll remove it. I don't know how YouTube feels about that link being up there. Actually, you know what? We put it up there every Rumble Friday, so we should be okay. There you go. They've still got more on this. Still, medical experts told the Wire service that mental illness shouldn't be one of the criteria because it is often difficult to determine whether a mental illness is irredeemable as the law requires. Well, isn't that the wonderful thing about Canada's MAID program and the law? They tend to be interpreting it as they go. And it always just seems to fit what they want to do.
I mean, if you ask, and I'm not an authority on this, and thank God for that. If you ask me, I'd say there's some videos I could show you of mentally ill people who are irredeemable. So maybe they've got the right idea.
Guys, keep putting I guess somebody put the Rumble link in the chat for 2783D. He says, I tried and I didn't see the live show. Well, hopefully you clicked on the link and it took you there, buddy.
And then, feel free to refresh it.
Yeah.
Because it's up. I literally have the chat up and I have the window up. Yeah. So we're here and we're rumbling.
I can say as far as the MAID program goes, I don't see any brakes on this train. Put it that way. I see this train continuing to add people to it. as time
Yeah,
goes
dude.
on.
And I think it'll be really, really weird. And Canadians will be really surprised when all of a sudden the government starts wielding this sword very, very broadly and starts going, hey, you want to have another trucker rally because you don't agree with what we're doing? Guess who signed up for the MAID program?
Right. Kane J says, Johnny says YouTube will be buying Rumble for $500 million eventually anyway. Oh, I hope not. Kane J says you have to click Steel Toe Morning Show icon before you can see the live on Android. He figured it out. He's got it. He's good. He's got it all figured out. 275 away from today's goal. A little over an hour and a half before we rattle this here offering plate at you, play our gospel music, and see if we can't e-beg our way into survival and knocking out that $275 goal. Thank you very much to Wildcard. Says slow motion DSP snort, please. I think this is the slow motion one. There you go. And my golfing buddy, Nick, with $5. Thank you very much, sir. That's 10 off our goal from our friends.
For the pocket balls.
For the pocket ball. For our friends at over on PayPal. Thank you very much. The most efficient way to contribute to this show. There you go, guys. 265 away from hitting today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Throw that link in the Rumble chat as well. There you go. Uh-oh. I lost the YouTube chat for a second. I can't see you guys. Uh-oh.
What have you done?
There we go. Now I got it back. That's an odd thing that happens every once in a while. All my connections are good, but sometimes the chat just fucks up on me. All right, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, tactical gear, whatever you're looking for. Take a look at that selection at Midland Armory. And those are just the featured items on the front page. You can go check it out. Anything you're looking for is available from many great brands at Midland Armory. MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order everything from firearms to optics to gear to parts, whatever you need. MidlandArmory.com. Use that promo code SteelToe and get yourself a great discount. You can also contact Midland Armory from their website. Call them, email them, whatever, to ask any questions you may have. Derek and Tracy are incredibly knowledgeable and will get back to you personally. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. When you go in the ditch, when you just won't move anymore, when that car's done or needs some help, nobody gets there quicker than our pals at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's Garage is great. Have your pizza out on the patio. Order a couple of drinks from the patio bar. You don't even have to go back inside to enjoy a nice day at Stoney's. Inside, they got bike night on Thursday nights. They've got live music every single weekend. And on Saturday, August 12th, and we're getting close, it's the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party at Stoney's. Go to eventbrite.com. Get your tickets to the Steel Toe anniversary party. We've got 20 left for the comedy show. If you just want to come on by and hang out during the afternoon, absolutely come on out, totally free. But eventbrite.com for the tickets to our anniversary show. And again, 20 seats left for it. That's from Stoney's in downtown Rockville. And don't forget to get your Steel Toe coffee and April's Magic Bean at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Go ahead and get your bag of April's Magic Bean coffee. Zen Rhino's been mixing and matching the April's Magic Bean with the whole bean or ground
I like
Steel
to snort
Toe.
it. Yeah.
The Steel Toe coffee, medium and dark roast. Go ahead and do that. Mix and match. But get your bag of April's Magic Bean coffee today at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Link in the chat. There you go.
We need to find a coffee brand or a coffee mix that you like and call it Aaron's Ball Bag.
It's going to be difficult as I'm not a coffee guy. I actually like steel toe coffee. I don't drink coffee. Like, I wouldn't drink a whole cup of it. I'm not going to lie to my audience, but I do like it. Like, as far as coffee goes, it is good. I don't have a taste for coffee, but it's good stuff. If I can get it down, it's good. Alcata with $5 says Canadians will continue to be naive until the MAID train makes a stop in their neighborhood. I mean, the only thing I can say on its side is that at least for now you can say no. But when you start including the mentally ill in that, like, you're going to find a day where they don't want to say no. You know, and
yeah, I feel like I feel like we're getting it acceptable for broad swaths of people, and then the big twist is, all right, now it's no longer voluntary.
Yeah, it does sound quite a bit eugenics for a country that likes to accuse us of being Nazis. All right, boys and girls, Alcata got us down to 260. Let's see if we can keep that rally going, keep that run going, and keep knocking that number down to a manageable number by the end of today's show. Johnny, there is a family suing the city of, I can't remember if this is Los Angeles. I think they're suing the city of Los Angeles because their daughter was killed after being run over by a lawnmower. Now, in my opinion, there is nobody to blame if you get run over by a lawnmower other than yourself. Like, that's it. You get run over by a lawnmower. You can't sue anyone else for being responsible. You're responsible.
Was the kid?
It wasn't a child. It was a grown-ass woman. This story's going to throw you a little bit.
Thank God. Now I don't have to feel bad.
Let's check this one out, and we're going to find out how someone gets run over to death by a lawnmower.
An unhoused woman is speaking out tonight after police confirmed that she was killed when a landscaper mowed over her body with a tractor pull behind a mower. Fox 40's Rowena Shattuck.
It's a hell of a mower to get run over by, in fairness. I mean, that'll do the job.
A tractor pull behind
mower.
So you had a giant mower deck behind a tractor.
Yeah.
How did you not hear that coming?
Right. How do you not hear that coming? I'll tell you why. She was a, quote, they're using the term unhoused person now. She was probably out cold on heroin or fentanyl or something else. So I ask you, is it not a good thing that the city of Los Angeles seems to have its own MAID program? And in this case, it's just the grounds crew. You don't even have to pay them anything extra. I mean, other than maybe the overtime of, picking up the body. That might set them behind.
I mean, thank God you can hold him completely accountable, because I'm sure he is an American citizen. And
yeah, they're just going right after the city on this one. But I will say it's got potential. I'm just waiting for the day where Californians are like, hey, wait a minute. Why is that groundskeeper guy running his lawnmower on the sidewalk? There's no grass that. Oh. Hey, man.
Oh, Bubba, no.
Hey, man, stop doing that. That's really bad. What do you mean? The homeless people? No, those Coleman tents are going to wreck your blades. It's going to cost a fortune to repair. Oh, I thought you meant the homeless people. You mean the people nodding out? Half of them were OD'd and dead anyway.
I'm really worried about the chunks of people you leave behind, though. Won't that create a mess? No. I got a mulch bin behind me. I'm keeping it all in here. Trust me, dude. You don't want to deal with the smell, and I need the bone meal. All right? So, look, it's a win-win.
Manuel's coming with the mulcher right behind me. It's going to be totally fine. We got a really blubbery fella back on 18th Street, so he's running behind today.
Look, I want to hate what San Francisco is doing, but have you seen the harvest?
You wouldn't believe the crop production this year. It's incredible. Corn rigs and barley rigs and...
Spoke exclusively with her family today and has reaction from the property owners at E&J Gallo Winery. She joins us live now.
Oh, no, it was at a wine. She passed out at a winery. She got run over by the winery lawnmower. Why would this
bitch was just trying to either score herself some booze or some free food off the vine. And how much do you want to bet that this isn't the first time that they've had to put up with this person or other people kind of treating the winery like somewhere that they can kind of just hang out?
Yeah, I just imagine a guy listening to like "I'm All Right" by Kenny Loggins loudly on his headphones while he's running the lawnmower and just popping away, just like, and you'd be like, "Oh, I must have run over a tree stump again, son of a bitch."
I hope that wasn't a golfer.
They lock us up and throw away the key. Not golfers, you idiots. Golfers, the little furry rodents. Oh, we can do that. We don't even need a reason.
The Modesto Police Headquarters. Row.
V. Wade.
Well, Eric, this is a heartbreaking and horrific ordeal that the...
Hey, that's opinion. You're a news lady. Stick to the facts, ma'am.
I mean, horrific, yes. She was spread out over several acres, but I mean...
Horrific.
Heartbreaking.
Horrific, yes. Those blades will never quite be that sharp ever again. That is... I hate to see the degradation of equipment too, but ma'am, it is a write-off at the end of the year.
Family is going through. Modesto police here say that they believe this is a tragic accident. We do want to warn our viewers that the details of this case you are about to hear you may find disturbing.
Oh yeah? Try me.
I just heard her. That was her. The details you may find disturbing, and she just came.
Right.
Nice pause, by the way. You're getting her mid over. Oh.
Yeah. Homeless people getting run over by lawnmowers. I never imagined. Oh.
Because he doesn't even get to see his daughter. You guys get to kiss your kids good night. If you buried him, you get to see him. He doesn't.
Yeah, ma'am, that's because we're going to use your daughter as a cautionary tale. We're going to hug and kiss the living shit out of our kids so they don't end up on drugs and on the street and run over by a lawnmower. So we thank you for your time here today. We appreciate it. We are going to use your daughter as an example, but not in the way you wanted us to.
Look, you guys, you get to hug and kiss and see your children at night. He doesn't. Yeah, how many of those visits was he making pre-lawnmower?
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah. You guys get to kiss your kids goodnight. Oh, yeah, and if your daughter was still alive, that's what you'd be doing today, right? Is tucking her in and kissing her goodnight, or would you be wondering what street she's sleeping on this evening?
I'm sure your willingness to help and all of the assistance you gave her is exactly how she ended up in a winery to be again lawn mulch.
Yeah, your daughter ended up mulch. Do you take any responsibility?
Look, she's doing us a favor. I don't know if you know this, but she was full of electrolytes, and it's what plants crave.
She had a shitload of electrolytes, and now the plant. You know what? I have to do this. How great would it be? I know it's a deep cut, but how great would it be if while the driver was running her over and turning her into a fine mulch, we just heard this.
The time went by with careless heed till tween the late and early. With small persuasion, she agreed to see me through the barley. Corn rigs and barley rigs and corn rigs are bonny.
What a wonderful soundtrack to run over an indigent woman to. What a great song to run over the homeless to with a lawnmower.
How did you not know? Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a lot of junkies have incredibly soft bones. It was mush. I thought I hit a snow patch.
Corn rigs and barley rigs and corn rigs are bonny.
You could develop that as a way to let the homeless people's families know that they've been mulched. You'd be like, ma'am, we have terrible news. Are you the parents of Kate Winsfeld? Yes, we are. We have some terrible news for you. Well, there's only one way to say it.
Corn rigs and barley rigs and...
Oh, no, she was run over by a groundskeeper. Well, she shouldn't have been standing right there. Like, oh, not Willie. No. That's the thing. If groundskeeper Willie did it, he'd just get pissed off at the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
I have some bad news about your family member. What happened to them? Well, as you're aware, they've been one of these people that we would refer to as free camping, and it turns out the lawn mowing guy he didn't realize they were sleeping, and they were in a very deep sleep, and now I can't say it, but I can play it. You don't have it ready, Dan.
It would be oh shit! The setup was taking a while. I didn't know you were going for the. All right, go. I'm ready.
And barley
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay. So look, we can't say it, but we can play it here. This is what happened to your son.
Corn rigs and barley.
Oh crap! He's fucking plant food.
Oh, that's.
So I at least get a bottle of the wine that he will eventually produce.
You know how your son was serving in the Marine Corps? Well, he's not coming back home. Oh, no, you mean he was killed in battle? Well, sort of.
Corn rigs and barley rigs and corn rigs are.
You mean my son was run over by a lawnmower in the military? Yeah, I mean, it's a trans person went on a rampage. There's nothing we can do. We can't tell them they can't serve anymore, and it just they got a little eggy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aaron Imholt. Welcome to the CBS Nightly News. Terrible tragedy as the leader of the free world is dead tonight. We are getting details now on how President Biden passed.
Corn rigs and barley.
Oh, damn it. I had all my money on heart attack. Shit.
Wait a minute. You mean Joe Biden was run over by a groundskeeper's lawnmower? You know what? Actually, that checks out.
Not only does that check out, why didn't I think of that sooner? I mean, it was on there, but I'm like, what are the odds? You know?
How were we to know?
I assumed it was going to be a flight of stairs that did him in. Like, finally, Air Force One claimed its first victim.
He kept us guessing till the very end, that slippery, sly son of a bitch. Don't worry, the funeral's going to be held in China. He wanted it to be held where he was most comfortable and most loved. Thank you very much to Bobby for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that. $2.55 away from doing it today, guys. Let's go ahead and keep her moving. Get a little momentum, get a little bit of a rally going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble, the whole deal. $2.55. Sir, we're going to have to bill you now. It seems that all the drugs found in her car has killed our cops. Yeah, we went to search her vehicle, and all of the cops OD'd on fentanyl. Unfortunately. That's too bad. Anyway, we got to... I took a Wicker Man detour. We got to get back to the lawnmower.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what we were talking about.
Yeah. Unhoused woman, we have to use that term, got run over by a city lawnmower, and now her parents are suing.
Thank you.
Hobo got run over by a lawnmower.
I'm
sleeping in the park one afternoon.
About what happened.
Modesto Mayor Suze Wallen reacts after hearing about one family's heartbreak during public comment at Tuesday's council meeting. On Saturday, a landscaping contractor at Beard Brook Park, driving a John Deere tractor with a pull-behind mower, allegedly drove over 27-year-old Christine Chavez, who was unhoused, killing her.
Jeez. Again, like you said, if you know how knotted out and fucked up you are if you don't hear a John Deere tractor mower running towards you.
Well, obviously this was an assault mower deck, and it was set up with a shoulder sling and a silencer. There was no way she could realize she was in danger.
Nothing.
It was too late.
Nothing chums like a deer. Sorry.
Nothing runs like a deer. Certainly not that unhoused lady that you just ran over.
Oh, the poor girl.
I feel terrible because they killed my daughter.
Christopher Chavez.
Uh-oh. It was them on them crime. Sue me. In John Deere green, the homeless slept overnight, and then the tractor crushed her spleen. In blood spurts 3 foot high.
Yeah, I mean, we are assuming the mower deck is what killed her. I would like to think she probably got her head crushed by one of the tires and then just wasn't going to go anywhere.
That could be it. Yeah, like maybe the mower blades wouldn't have cut deep enough, but that tire over the head, that'll do you.
There's Christine.
Why is Joey Coco Diaz commenting on this story at all? Listen, cocksucker, I don't, I got to do more mouth noises if you're going to do Joey. Look, motherfuckers. This girl, she had some drug problems, Joe Rogan. And that doesn't mean that a Mexican should just run over with a lawnmower, you know? These motherfuckers got to pay.
I want to have, racial outrage, but turns out, can't.
I haven't decided if I'm Italian or Mexican today, Joe Rogan.
Father learned of his daughter's death the next day and immediately.
Wait, you mean that woman who kept company like that and drank Fanta and shitty grilled steaks? You're saying that she was homeless? I can't believe that she would make such decisions.
Hold on. Are you maybe alleging that the guy she's with in this picture, which, by the way, super classy, you're hanging out with this beautiful woman at a grill, so flaunt your chest tats and also slide in I love the sly bunny ears. Okay.
I missed the bunny. I didn't realize the bunny.
How do you not look at this stuff, man?
I thought he had his arm around her. I had just kind of given up when I saw the arm back here. I didn't look up to see the bunny ears. Oh, he's a card.
I like the fucking, I will end you and your family. Have you ever had your shit pushed in kind of stare? But then the comical, but I'm not too serious. See, bunny ears.
Kind of a wacky dude.
Yeah.
He drinks Fanta, so he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Or he at least takes it in the keister.
Yeah. Boy, these two, just a match made in heaven. You talk about outkicking your coverage. Jesus. And then turned her homeless, of all things.
Yeah, I'm sure drugs weren't involved at all.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was no substance used to help her make bad decision after bad decision that led a relatively attractive woman who probably had some sort of option down what we would call I'm not going to disparage this guy. I'm going to say M&M Road.
Something, yeah.
To the spot where she died.
There were many pieces of meat around there, and I called the police today.
Did he just refer to his daughter as she was in many pieces of meat?
It was carne asada all over.
It was carne asada. It was barbacoa. It was, shredded pork. These things. With a lot of salsa. Too much, quite frankly. I got to hear that again. Did he just...
And immediately went out to the spot where she died.
There were many pieces of meat around there.
There were many pieces of meat. That's your daughter, bro.
And I
dude. And I have to say... Bad job, lawnmower guy. I mean, if you already got it, you got to make several paths to get it down to mulchable, manageable.
And not only that, now that lawn's going to be all uneven. You're going to lose that contract, buddy. By the way, Gucci hat, who you fooling, brother? Come on.
Oh, and spoiler alert, you'll still be able to tell where this happened next year. It'll be the greenest part of the lawn.
It's great fertilizer.
Today, I went there, and I still have pieces of bones, like pieces of her crane, and
crane.
I think he means a cranium.
Oh, cranium.
Look,
I thought.
Look, dude, the guy is distraught. He's heartbroken, and English is his second language. There's a lot of barriers here.
Yeah, I understand, but it's like I grabbed up pieces of her brain matter. I grabbed some of her femoral tissue, and then I grabbed a few bones. I really kind of scavenged the area. Wouldn't it be great if he was like, not only to remember my daughter, but also I thought kind of unfair for their lawn to be looking like that, so I tried to straighten up as best I could.
I'm worried other people got there before me. It seemed like parts were missing. I still haven't located any of the vagina.
Or the anus.
Terrible.
Modesto police spokeswoman.
We're pieces of shit. A homeless woman gets run over by a lawnmower, and we're like, and then we're doing an impression of her father. Guys, I just need to break down the joke for a minute. Where the dad is talking to the news and lamenting the fact that some stranger came by and wouldn't report the dead body, but did steal her vagina and her asshole. And it's upset this father so much that he needs to speak about it on the local news.
Please, I don't even care who has it. Just return my daughter's
This
vagina.
is a picture of my daughter's vagina and her asshole. If you see my daughter's vagina or asshole, would you please bring it to my house? There will be no questions asked. I just want my daughter's asshole and vagina so we can bury her in peace. I come to the park. I look at the pieces of meat. I get some bones. I get some brain matter. But her pussy and her butthole are completely not to be spoken of in this location. And I suspect it was that goddamn lawnmower that did it. Excuse me.
I would like to say I found her G-spot, but that doesn't even exist.
He's pushing around the lawnmower. He's like, let me get into the filtration system and the mulcher. Let me get into that bag. I can find it. And they're like, sir, it's gone. It's not gone. She had the pristine vagina and asshole. I will show you. At the county fair last year, they said that asshole could win awards well into her 40s. I need to find it.
They said she had the lips of a star.
Sharon Bear tells Fox 40 they...
Oh, Karen Bear. That's the worst Care Bear there is. She always is bitching about food and her service at restaurants. Karen Bear's the worst.
Tells Fox 40 they believe the incident was a terrible accident, but a detective went back.
It better have been. Do you know what a sadistic fuck you have to be to decide you're going to execute someone and the method you choose is running them over with a lawnmower?
You start slowing up because you're like, they're bound to hear this. Oh God, they're not gonna.
Yeah.
And then you get like this weird, like, because that's when you realize, you didn't know before this, but that's when you realized, oh, I am that kind of fucked up. And you're like, I want to see if this is gonna happen. You like pulled your fucking lunch out of your pail so you could just start eating the chips one by one slowly. You're just like, and like you could stop the controls at any time. You're like, nah. She could get up at any time.
He starts to feel really guilty, so he scoops up the parts, heads to her parents' house, gets on both knees, puts his head down, closes his eyes, and goes to the father. I brought this for you. It's my daughter's asshole and vagina. Thank you so much. I just knew you'd want these.
Back to the...
There are some grass stains on it, but I'm sure they'll wash out.
The butterfly tattoo is still intact.
I just can't get over the fact that the dad would want the daughter's vagina and asshole in his possession. Those are the two
just so
things
that
he's
way,
worried about.
she doesn't want her going to heaven without her holy pieces.
Right,
you know?
exactly.
Scene today to make sure they didn't miss any details. At the family home, Christine's mother and siblings shared their heartbreak and frustration.
All right, so there's all of you, but none of you were around to help her not be asleep in a fucking winery back, like
park.
Like again, she was sleeping in quintessentially a winery ditch, and none of you were around to stop this from happening. But you've all got the time to gather, and oh, woe is me, we miss her so much. She was the life of the world and light of the party.
The day before she died, all of these people, if she was brought up, would go, "Oh, what a fucking loser! I'm fucking done with her. She won't stop the bullshit." Now today they're like, "I'm so sad." Remember, like we had a kid in our high school that died when I was in, it was middle school or high school, and he was kind of a nerdy, dorky kid that a lot of people didn't really talk to and whatever. And I watched these three girls, these popular girls, and I was, I guess, in a similar friend group to them, but I was like friends with them. And I watched them like putting things together for him and like having petitions signed from people. And they're like taking up the mantle of mourning this guy. And I'm like, you bitches wouldn't give him the fucking time of day when he was alive. And now you want to act like, oh, he's just the best guy in the world.
And I bet you if we could go, hey, man, if you would just let him grab your tit or maybe pop one finger, that would keep him going for a couple more years until he finds someone actually in his range that he can hit.
That's,
you know what I mean? Like sexually, not physically.
A pity hand job might have saved his life, but now here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are.
por lo que le ha pasado a mi hija.
For what happened to
Y
my
lo que
daughter.
queremos es justicia de cómo ella murió.
For the way that she died. Even when
And we want something delivered to our house containing her vagina and her asshole. We will repeat this point until it is delivered.
We want justice for the way that she died, and we'd really like to receive a financial payout because that was something we totally had coming from her before all of this happened.
She was a good investment. We lost out on a lot of potential.
Hey, she was a good earner. All right, say what you want. She was a good earner.
dog from a street, they take more time to block the street and all this.
Yeah, you know what the dogs do when a lawnmower's coming? Ski-daddles the fuck out of the way. If you don't have the sense of a canine, maybe it's a Darwinistic precept.
Yeah, how many dogs have been run over by a lawnmower due to sleeping?
Total zero in the history of lawnmowers and dogs combined.
And for her, I mean, they left big chunks of her all over the place, just covered up with the grass.
You guys are really kind of overworking this whole chunks of her thing for the news here. We got it. She was in chunks. She was run over by a lawnmower. It was probably messy. Oh, and it was covered up by the grass. No, the grass was overgrown because somebody wasn't allowed to mow because somebody's guts were in the way.
Yeah, what do you want him to do? Do you want him to do a thorough job, or do you want your daughter in as many manageable pieces as possible?
Right.
Because you can't have both. If he gets the grass to a manageable level, you're not going to find her because he's gone over everything else a couple of times. I don't know if you understand how. You think you would understand how grass cutting works.
Over there and over there. There's a piece of your daughter over there. Because the mower's coming, the mower's coming, the mulching everywhere.
I actually just like it better as, now you care, now you care, now you care that your daughter's over there.
We have to go, just like see the place because we wanted some kind of, closure, some kind of something. And to be right there looking at the ground and then all of a sudden seeing like chunks of her is horrible.
All right, we're going to visit your sister. Remember, bring a shovel.
All right, hey guys, you're saying it's horrible and it's gross and it's disrespectful. I have a question. Why aren't you picking it up?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's gross and it's horrible. Right, so we got to find someone else to go out to this field to pick up your daughter. You know what would have really, really helped? If you had done something back when she was alive and in one living, manageable piece. If one of you had picked up your daughter.
You know what's funny about this picture? I'm willing to guarantee this is a really old picture. And they had to go way back to find one where, oh, she looks nice. And,
she's still wearing that same pink dress.
Yeah.
And fucking Slim Shady's still in the photo.
That's what I'm saying.
Who is that guy?
They said she's 26 or 27. That's like a 19 or 20-year-old.
Yeah, that looks like someone who just graduated high school.
Yeah, so they're picking up old pictures.
Ian J. Gallo Winery, which owns Beard Brook Park, tells Fox 40 Gallo acquired the Beard Brook Park property in Modesto on Friday, July 7. On Saturday, a landscaping contractor was hired to perform weed abatement and fire prevention services. There was an accident at approximately 12 p.m. involving the contractor's tractor and an individual who was not visible and laying in a tall, weeded area.
Oh, so they couldn't even see her.
Yeah, they didn't even know she was there because she was sleeping in the tall grass where nobody will bother her.
Yeah, that's not their fault at all. If she's sleeping in the long weeds, you're on a riding lawnmower, you're knocking out the weeds, you're not going to see her. I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. That's how.
And maybe she wasn't even sleeping there so much. Maybe she was like meandering through the area and then just flat out passed out, right? From whatever, lack of food or some sort of chemical. You know what? We certainly won't be able to run any sort of toxicology test because all we're gonna get back is a fucking 5W40 motor oil. Apparently,
she's been returned to the earth. Mad Joe with $2.99 says maybe she was deaf. I mean, among many other, I think she was probably just nodded out on something. And just, she wasn't getting up for anything.
You know, because a lot of people who are hearing impaired are like, you know what I'm going to do? Lay in some weeds. It's not like, how do you just, no, I have this difficulty with perceiving the world around me. I'm going to hide in the grass. That sounds like a great idea.
Johnny, Joe the Toe says, Loaf Piggy, I only create prime front end. Enjoy. If you see tons of, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just picked a random place to start in the chat because I was way behind. I guess I picked something I shouldn't have. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Someone has a very realistic fleshlight, says Johnny Chimp. Oh, no, they stole her vagina.
Oh,
no.
How do you keep it fresh?
Alex says, this would be the worst option in the MAID program. I mean, how much do you feel? Really? Oh, everybody gets a piece of her. Dario says they certainly care for her now that there's potential civil suit money. Yeah.
Like I said, that whole family showed up to mourn her very quick, and they were all very distraught about how sad this was. And I'm like, well, it wasn't apparently so sad that none of you could keep that person in your life more.
She was cute. What a shame, says Brian Boswick. Yeah, it is always harder when they're pretty.
Well, like I said, she was pretty when she graduated high school. How had the ride between then and where the lawnmower came into the picture? How were we doing then? I'm just saying that could have been a rough road.
Honor roll dude with $4.99 says in Australia, homelessness is such a big problem. They have PSAs for not sleeping on the road. Well, what a lovely place. Australia just seems...
They don't have PSAs for slowing down, am I right?
Yeah, you go sleep in the tall weeds. I mean, if you're going to pass out, if you're going to OD and crash, I mean, at least OD and crash in a highly visible area. I mean, not somewhere where they can just run you over and sweep you under the rug.
She's lucky she didn't get attacked by a lion or something. I've been watching a lot of them shows. Apparently, they love to hunt from the tall grass. I just, wow.
Yeah, Lucy First says that pic is probably 10 years old. That's what I'm starting to gather, too. Oh, God, Yags writes, my daughter was fertile. Now she's fertilizer.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, now she's fertilizer. I seem to be cut by you. I want to run you through. Sorry.
Who wouldn't pay for this amazing program?
Oh, my God. Guys, we're $250 away from today's goal. We can do better than that. We can knock this thing out. Look at how silly and funny we are. All right, guys, chip in if you feel like it. $250 away. We've got 1 hour until we take this here offering plate, shake it at you, and try to get to overtime today with some of that gospel music and whatnot. Tuesday, historically, always the toughest day of the week just because of where it falls. $250 away from today's goal. Chip in via PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble Rants, subscriptions, YouTube memberships, gifted memberships, super chats. Let's knock out that $250 and do an extra half hour of overtime today. It was a full goal today. I think we were $5 in. So it was essentially a full goal today. Please knock that out and make sure it keeps Steel Toe on the air. Thank you, boys and girls. Well, Johnny, we follow up a lawnmower accident with a sex teacher.
God damn it, yes.
We've got a sex teacher. You guys can decide whether or not this is going to be good or if this is going to be bad. The sex teacher lives in Benton County, Arkansas.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It's there
All right,
are
so do we have a teacher teaching sex or do we have a teacher having sex?
We have a teacher having sex. And this sex teacher, well, let's just say there's a few red flags, shall we?
Leah Queen, a former gentry teacher, will serve 6 years on state-supervised probation. Leah Queen, please.
Would you?
I can't believe she had to resort to getting, students to bang her. Can't believe nobody wanted to go for old Crazy Eyes McGillicuddy.
I'm really disappointed in the lack of good judgment of decent pussy by these school kids. I mean, Jesus.
She was reported as saying after blowing the student, she was reported saying,
I mean, how is this not all the warning you need? Not to touch. And then the lesbian haircut on top of it. Good Lord, man.
Somebody thought they were turning her. And they're like, you know what? I'm so amazing that my pubescent cock is bringing this lady back to the right side of the force.
Pleaded guilty to having a sexual relationship with a student dating back to 2010. She will also have to spend 58 days.
Quit fucking staring at me with those Manson lamps.
So wait a minute. She did this back in 2010. If it's the same person that she stuck with the whole time, aren't they legal now?
I mean, for them not to be, she would have had to start it when they were
more
4.
students.
Yeah, let's go back.
Probation. Leah Queen pleaded guilty to having a sexual relationship with a student dating back to 2010.
So one of two things happened here. Either she's kept fucking this student and they're legal now, or she fucked this student back in the 2010s and they just caught her now. Maybe.
Well, I mean, who cares?
Well, I mean, if the kid was underage in 2010.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the statute of limitations? It's got to be somewhere around the same time it takes the jizz to dry, in my opinion. So I would just...
That would be a very short amount of time for any of those.
3 to 5 days, usually.
That would be a terrible loophole.
Based on humidity.
That would be a terrible way to judge sex crimes, is that if the jizz is dry, you cannot cry. It's not the way those crimes should be handled. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm assuming that the kid she was fucking had to rat, right? That's the only way you know this happened back in 2010. Nobody's going to give a shit about what happened almost 15 years ago.
Nice virtue signal. Wait a decade. Be like, you know what? The coos is drying up. I'm going to just go in and say she was banging me since I was in high school.
Got fucking goofy eyes now. She's all worn out. She's like a catcher's mitt. I'm going to rat her out.
She will also have to spend 58 days in the Benton County Jail. According to court documents, Queen and the victim sexual contact began during the summer of 2010. The victim's claims were later corroborated by their parents and...
Okay, so he did come... Okay, the victim did come forward.
He came forward, backward, and every which way. But more importantly, I'm weirded out by, like, the victim's claims were corroborated by the parents. Yeah, she fucked him. I saw it. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
I was watching them fuck. They did it. And boy, did they ever. I mean, it was, my boy really got after it. I didn't think you could really know that much at that age.
You ever see one of them films where it's like, you know, they're plumbing the hot kid, and then the dad is around the corner spanking it, and then he eventually gets to join in. Well, this was just like that, except for the very end. I just had to pretty much fire it into a sock and pretend I wasn't there.
The Aristocrats.
Thank God I had that sleeping bag.
Those Ain't Real Dudes says, avoid broads with crazy eyes, gents. Absolutely. Those Ain't Real Dudes says 58 days for statutory. What? Yeah, I mean, she got 58 days in jail and then probation. That's it. Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says she looks crazy as a bag of shithouse rats. That's pretty crazy. Zen Rhino says, love how women get less sentences than men for the same crime. If she were a dude, that would have been a 58-year sentence. Yeah, I feel like the girls complain more.
I'm weird like this just because of the repercussions that a chick could endure physically from the, like, I view it, you know what? I'm fine with saying it. I have a double standard on this.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I have a double standard. It's not the same for a chick as it is for a guy.
To me, if it's a guy fucking his female teacher and he's over 15, then I'm like, I don't really know. Because I just think about myself at that age, and I'm like, I'm not sure I would have considered myself a victim.
Yeah, dude, I think of myself at that age. I'm like, I'm not turning down pussy throwing itself at me.
Right.
If I don't have another offer or even another option in the water, and meanwhile this chick is like, hey, how about we just fucking, you don't tell anybody. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to keep that last part. By any
I'm
means.
going to tell all my friends.
My friends are getting DMs right now about you won't believe what she's doing to my balls. But
I'm filming this. Potato Head says just a few years ago she was getting awards. Yeah, she was an award-winning teacher. I mean,
yeah, she was.
She went the extra mile. Union Jack says there's an obvious sentence double standard for women in sex crimes. I mean, yeah, but that's because there's a difference in like the sex. I mean, in my opinion,
I view a woman having to maybe be coerced more into sex in that situation, whereas a guy, I'm like, how much work did she have to do to get this kid to plumber? Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm pretty sure he's like guys. And this is another thing about it too. I don't know about women. I've never been one and I'm not considering
what.
But like when you're in your fucking teens and shit, you've got a fucking rod half the day, all the time. You're begging for anywhere to put it that just makes it feel better. You know, just like I'd slam a door on the damn thing if it would make it stop. Like, so, I mean, if my teacher's like, hey, that's a nice big dick, you want to park it in my mitt for a minute? Like, fuck yes, I do.
Wow.
I don't need any convincing.
You have a real sexy talking teacher.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Greasy N-word with $5 says, oh, Lordy Massa, I was just at work for 18 hours. I wants to be back on the plantation, Massa. Can I please come back? Thank you for the $5, Greasy. 2:45 away from today's goal. Let that spark another little run here, and let's get within.
I just looked at his icon picture.
Oh yeah, Greasy is he is a shoot.
Rumble is fun.
We've got 50 minutes, 50 minutes until we run out of time, or until we have to start rattling the old offering plate and firing up the music. Giving you everything we got today. Hopefully it's a good show. If it is, go ahead, chip into the rest of the program today. Knock that goal out. Let's do that. That is the only way this show stays on the air. I appreciate it. 2:45, and gifting those memberships and becoming a member is great because while we had to serve our 1 week suspension, we got bent over on the memberships end. Tazax says, I got Red Bar. Johnny, you're next. Tay-Sachs disease is coming for you. You're not even Jewish.
Oh, actually, though, Tay-Sachs, isn't that
that's a Jewish
disease? This is a mad cow thing?
No, Tay-Sachs is a Jewish disease.
Oh, then never mind. I'm fine.
Yeah. Damn near 700 people on all platforms today. Thank you guys very much. I think we were near 800 at our peak today. Very cool. Howard Stern on Sunday took over his own station on Sirius XM on Sunday night and started broadcasting live and like doing a DJ show. I guess Howard was a little bored and he went live on Sirius.
Playing music?
Yeah, like Sirius XM. He went live Sunday night. It wasn't a show they promoted. He just randomly went on. And like this is another one of those stories where it just kind of illustrates the change in Howard. And just kind of, as an old school Howard fan, makes you just kind of go, oh, I don't recognize this guy.
This is this is the kind of stuff you railed against when we.
But the DJing part isn't even the bad part.
Oh, no.
The DJing part is just, whatever. He's got his own channel on Sirius XM. He can do whatever he wants with it. Might as well fuck around, I guess.
Who gave Grandpa the keys to the car? Like, fucking.
Well, Howard had some friends over on Sunday night, and he wanted to do a little talking between songs on his Sirius XM channel. Now, remember, back in the day, Howard was Mr. Fuck Hollywood, fuck the establishment, we're counterculture, we're banging on the window of their loud parties and waving our dicks at them. And now, for the last 10 years or so, Howard's been like Mr. Hollywood in guy. Like, I want to have all my,
Why doesn't the NBA know who I am?
Yeah. Then he was mad that the NBA players didn't know who he was, but they knew who Spike Lee was. Imagine that. That would be like an Italian kid having like Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Tyler Perry all sitting down at the game. And they went and they noticed Pacino and De Niro, but didn't notice Tyler Perry. That would be understandable.
If if Howard wants to go to a sporting event and be a celebrity, he needs to go to a pickleball match and look for people like you.
Yes, exactly.
And
Find your fans. They're at pickleball matches now, Howie. Well, Howard now is like Mr. Hollywood. He's got all of his Hollywood friends now. In my opinion, Howard has now what he always wanted when he was pretending to be Mr. Everyman. He wanted to be in their club. He made us all think that he was like against the club and he was, banging on the windows of the club and everything else. Turns out he was just jealous and he really wanted to be in there. Howard was
Holy
more
shit,
like,
he's Patrice Calours. It's Black Lives Matter all over again. Guys, we got to do something about this. Let's all join forces. All right, guys, we're putting all of our weight behind this guy because we believe in him. All right, now that I've got all of your support, fuck off. I'm getting into a gated community. You can all suck my dick.
Exactly. I'm buying mansions with your charity money. Camel Toe gifting a membership to Tim Purrs. Thank you very much. So now the Howard Stern thing. He went live on Sirius XM because he was having a little shindig at his home with Jimmy Fallon, Drew Barrymore, Robert Downey Jr., Brooke Shields, and John Bon Jovi, who all jumped on the mic with him, making the surprise airing a star-studded event. So Howard Stern had his buddies over and wanted to impress his Hollywood friends by going live on his radio station, playing music, and talking to his friends. It's insufferable. Here's the look. And like for Jimmy Fallon and Robert Downey Jr., like I don't blame them because they're talking to like a guy they probably listened to. Robert Downey Jr. was a total degenerate in the 90s. He was probably a Howard fan. Fallon, comedian, definitely a Howard fan. So these guys are just getting to hang out with like their radio idol. But then at the same time, Howard's here like, I've got my friends with me now, and I can do a little show and impress my friends. Like it's Hollywood Howie, and it's just weird to see Hollywood Howie after all the ranting and raving he did about how awful all that shit was his entire career.
And I don't know, maybe this is because I'm way too judgmental, but I'm just looking at his setup, and I'm like, dude, you got to upgrade. But I will give him this. At least he's got a decent monitor arrangement here. We got 4. Well, yeah, 4.
Howard's got a lot of monitors. Yeah, it doesn't look like an impressive studio compared to like what you see.
Yeah, compared to the one in front of me or the one in front of you.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, his camera's a lot nicer and more expensive than ours, but it's not like like anybody can get that camera. He's got professional studio lighting. That's nice, but
I've got the same kind of diffuse lighting and just like, again, smaller stuff. It's old is all I'm saying. It's very old.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at a lot of this. Honestly, in that whole picture, everything in that was old. And I only saw one person, and I can guess that you can figure out who I'm talking about. One person there who actually has anything to be like, oh, I'm too relevant for this. But the other 3, much like
John Bon Jovi and Downey. Or who are you talking
Downey's
about?
the only one that's like, I'm too relevant for this. He just did Oppenheimer. He's got the Marvel juice still. Fallon has fallen so hard on his career that the only thing he has left is drinking at night on his show. And then John Bon Jovi.
You can't say that Fallon's career isn't going well. You're just saying like his performance, like he's a shell of his former self. He's still doing remarkably well financially.
Okay, so yeah, his career is going well. I'm just saying it's not going the way he wanted it to. He wanted a very much Adam Sandler kind of trajectory and projection, and I'm sure he may have, again, this is entirely my own opinion, but he may have taken the method to get there.
Yeah. So he went live on his channel, which is kind of cool, but like it always it's like when Howard was so afraid of COVID and then he went out to dinner for the first time and it's nothing but Hollywood A-listers. And it's like, this is a guy who built a career. It's the phoniness that bothers me. I don't want to see Howard as a phony, but this is a guy who banged against all these celebrities and, ripped the shit out of Robert Downey Jr. And right, guys, we're not part of that group. We're part of this group. And he was like kind of the leader of the pack, sort of. And now to just see him chumming around with these people, it's like, oh, so this is what you always wanted to be.
He built an empire as being the king of the outcast crowd. And his whole thing was, hey, the celebrities and all these big people, these are the in people, but it's such a small group. We're all outcasts, so we're the outcast crowd.
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, man, we're the outcast crowd. But now he's so famous as being the king of the outcast crowd. He's like, guess what I get to do? I get to hang out with these people. Fuck off, everyone. See you later.
Well, let's check on Howard's chops on his show. Let's see how, by the way, his wife, she's in her 50s now. She looks fantastic. Beth does look really, really
well
good.
when you can afford it.
All right. Hey, everybody. This is, oh, whoa. What's that music? Hey, I'm trying something new for people who are listening now. I'm breaking into my own channel. I'm on, what?
Talk about your summer.
Well, okay, but I'm explaining to people what's happening, honey.
What is happening?
Shut the fuck, yeah, how about that? Shut the fuck up. Talk about your summer. Shut the hell up. I'm on the air. I'm trying
This is like going, hey man, I'm an all-time Hall of Famer on basketball, and I have this sports channel where I play different clips of different sports things. I've decided to jump in and do an actual live thing where I'm going to play a little bit. Hey, do the thing with the dribble. How about you fucking let the athlete do the thing? You know, don't tell the NASCAR driver how to fucking shift. He knows what a clutch is, bitch. Back off.
He's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. And now he's doing a show. He's doing an impromptu show in his basement to impress his Hollywood friends while his wife yells at him 10 seconds in to talk about what she wants him to talk about. That's that's not the Howard I remember.
Content.
Right now, people are hearing you live.
People are hearing me live.
Hi, everybody.
I'm here with Drew Barrymore and Jimmy Fallon and my wife, Beth.
And dare I say this is a Howard Stern takeover of Howard Stern Radio.
That's right. And what I did was I obviously can't get along without an audience all summer. I thought it'd be fun. I was sitting and playing music, and I thought we would play music. I would go back to my roots of being a DJ. And who's going to, Drew, are you going to start this off? But I have
it's just hard to listen to.
I'd go back to my roots of being a DJ. I hear that and I just imagine, just like, hey, and we're live on WKX7 in the morning. Now play the music, Howard. Just whipping them.
No, Howard, go back to your roots and give us Mama Look a Boo Boo Day. That's who we want, Howard. I hear Howard go, we're going back to his roots. And this is what I hate about Howard now. It's like Robert Downey Jr., a bunch of actors who, by the way, we all know can't do anything entertaining unless it's written for them. So now you have all these people who are terrible at ad-libbing. You're going to put them on a live broadcast. And then not only that, Howard is so far removed from his own audience now. Do you understand none of his fans give a shit that he's broadcasting while hanging out with Drew Barrymore? But yet, if Beetlejuice walked into that fucking room, they'd all go ape shit. Like, to the Howard Stern audience, the Drew Barrymore thing, that's a nobody.
Yeah. Nobody cares about Drew Barrymore.
They'd love to have Beat show up. If he's like, I'm broadcasting live and Drew Barrymore's here. Drew Barrymore's famous. Isn't that a big deal? And they're like, no. Hey, I've got Beetlejuice here. And like, fuck yeah, I am not turning this off the rest of the night if Beetlejuice is spinning records at Howard Stern's house.
Where has Beat been? What has he been up to? I want to know what's going on in his life. And that's the same thing too. If, God, I keep screwing up his name in my head. I keep coming back with Artie Lang. Artie Lang, thank you.
That's
the thing too. If Artie Lang walked in and is like, good God, Howard, I gotta fucking talk to you about this shit. Like, you'd be like, holy shit, fucking drop what you're doing. Artie's back.
Nobody would give a shit about Robert Downey Jr. They want Artie in there. But if you told me at this point, hey man, Howard's gonna go live on Sirius tonight with Robert Downey Jr., Brooke Shields, Bon Jovi, and Drew Barrymore. And then I said, oh, what are my other options? They said, Sal and Richard are going to take over the channel with Beetlejuice. I'd go, yes, get Sal and Richard on there with Beetlejuice and put that show on the air. Howard with his famous Hollywood friends? No, thank you.
Bunch of people over. Jimmy Fallon wants to say something. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. This is honestly unprecedented. I didn't know if you were being serious or not being serious. You're talking about doing this. I go, oh, I think it's a great idea. And you're like, we're doing it now. We actually are doing it now. It's actually going out.
He pushed a button and he went live on the radio, Jimmy. This is
Wow.
not.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I used to be on a live comedy show, and even there, I really wasn't funny.
Jimmy Fallon is a mean, cunty drunk, but goddamn, like a sociopath. You turn a microphone on, and that Babe in the Woods character just comes right out of him. I mean,
and he can't fucking stop the nervous laughter thing.
Yeah.
I hate it. I didn't like it on SNL, and I just was like, ugh.
Watching Jimmy Fallon go live with Howard, he's like, oh, well, it's just so incredible, the magic of radio, and we're just broadcasting. Yeah, in 1931, this would have been fucking amazing. Like, how are you doing this? But Howard's been broadcasting from his house since one person got the sniffles during COVID. So this isn't, he's
and
old hat
also,
at this.
no offense, man. The excitement of, oh my God, we're on the radio. Like that
You're the host of the Tonight Show.
Yeah, dude, that died in like the fucking, if we want to give it as long as possible, the fucking early 90s where the magic of being, ooh, we're on the radio died out. And as someone who literally goes out live on television every night, obviously you pre-record it and everything, but you don't understand the magic of broadcasting.
Yeah.
On the air live. All right. Now, Drew Barrymore just picked ELO's Don't Bring Me Down. I think was an excellent choice.
Thank you.
Jimmy is ready with his song, and I also want to introduce Robert Downey Jr. He's an up-and-coming actor.
I'm sorry, but what Howard Stern fan thinks this is good? I understand this jacks Howie off, and all his friends are like, ooh, Howard puts us on the radio when we go over to his house. But again, this is my problem with Howard. He cares more about what his Hollywood friends think than he cares about what his longtime fans think. And that's fine. Like, if it comes to your real life, if it comes to all that, you should care more about your friends than you care about your audience. But when you're on the air and you're performing, give a shit. That's all I'm asking. Just give a shit.
Or at the very least, like, no offense, Howie, but like, step away and
let somebody else.
What you've done be what you do. Like, this would be way more forgivable if Howie never went live or didn't upload new stuff. It's like, well, at least we've got something. But yeah, like, you tell me the who's who of your party, and I just go, I'm sorry, I hate to be that guy. I'm literally like, the only one I care to hear anything about is Robert Downey Jr. And I just like hearing, he's got a lot of amazing stories.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of interesting things. Like, in terms of, like, the role he did in Sherlock, part of the reason he got that role is because he was already doing martial arts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because he just started picking up different skills like those for when they would be useful in his acting career.
Right.
So he tells you some of these fun stories. They're fun for like interviews and stuff. I don't know how much fun I'd have hanging out with him.
And
all
well,
the
that's
time.
the other thing is, like, I don't want to be at a party and then a guy starts doing a radio show. I'm like, well, can we just be at a party? That'd be kind of fun.
But like I said, aside from Robert Downey Jr., and I don't think he's not afraid of it, but he doesn't need to stroke the beast like they do. I'm guessing Drew Barrymore, Bon Jovi, and oh my gosh, I'm just so excited, Jimmy Fallon. We're like, wait, we can go on the radio?
Oh my.
With Howard Stern? Oh my, is this really, like I said we should do this, and we're doing it. We are doing it.
Yeah, stop it, Jimmy. Stop with the Babe in the Woods routine. You don't give a shit this much. All right, let's continue on. I want to get through this Howard hijacking his own station.
Do you
want to follow?
Do you want to follow ELO? You do. Here, get on that mic.
I will follow. You're going to follow? Wow.
Robert Downey Jr. Tell everybody what you do in case they don't know who you are. Ladies and gentlemen, JBJ, John Bon Jovi. Well, he can hear. He's all right.
It's just 5 people yelling off mic, and it sounds like shit. And it's just go enjoy. Howard, go enjoy your party. Go have a good time with your friends. Stop. We don't need to hear this.
Is it right?
You know what we should get? John Bon Jovi's biggest fan, the Chucker. Get him in here.
You know what? I never thought I'd say this. Howard, this isn't necessary. Nobody wants to hear you do this. You just go ahead and click off.
Some people shouldn't have a podcast station.
Yes.
John, tell people what you do in case they never heard of you.
We are experiencing a moment. But for those of you who are out there listening, this, when we say is live, it is 9:00 at night
It's 8:55.
8:55.
That's true.
On
July 16th.
What year?
16th.
Oh, yeah.
Because that,
No one knows
from
the-
upstairs,
This is the
those
closest thing
who
I'm gonna
don't
feel
know
at the
wouldn't
end.
know.
Shut the fuck up! Oh, this is unbearable.
I'm now embarrassed that this many people in entertainment don't understand what a good broadcast is.
Yeah.
The world is.
Do you three guys, Jimmy, I know you sing. Robert, you are an excellent singer. John, you're an excellent singer. Would you guys ever make an album together, the three of you?
Like tomorrow.
Nobody cares.
We take direction pretty well.
Yeah.
All I know is I thought we were having dessert, and then you ran this idea by us, saying, I got this idea, and this is why I love it. And you said, and how about we do it now?
Oh, now are they doing karaoke?
Because what's really, really exciting about karaoke, especially when you can't see it or can't be part of it, you can listen to it.
Howard, this sounds like a fun party. Go have it. Go have your party, Howard. Nobody wants to hear this.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
You guys are good together. You know what I want to do? After we play the song, I want to hear you guys do this a cappella a little bit, because you're actually singing very well.
Good for you. I don't.
Yeah, that's good, Howard. Why don't you guys go do that somewhere?
They go do it a cappella, and I'm going to go find a screwdriver for my ears. You know what I really want? I want Bon Jovi to get on air with other people who, Jimmy Fallon, who really loved to sing. And I want to realize, I should have never liked any of these people.
No. Elementary Son of Man says, we get it. They're famous, right? Precisely, sir. I'm glad
I get it, Grandpa. You have friends.
I'm glad I didn't waste money on Sirius, says Brian Boswick. I'd rather be asleep in a field than listen to them, says Larry Schulte. Stevie J just says, this is sad and weird. That's all it is. It brings tears to my ears. That was horrid. Zen Rhino says, crazy that a guy who's insanely paranoid about getting sick like Howard Hughes before the end is having a bunch of people over for a party. Well, he's got important.
He's only afraid of getting sick from Aaron Rodgers being allowed to go out and have a life.
And Kyrie Irving not being vaccinated. Yes.
Right.
Those are the only people, who are an actual threat. All right, kids, we've got 30 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to knock out today's goal, and we are a whopping 2:45 away. So we are a long ways away from hitting today's goal, and we got 30 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to knock this out. Remember, that number is basically the shoestring budget number of living and dying for the old steel toe. Can't miss too many of those. 2:45 away today. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. Go ahead, chip in, and let's try to knock that out. I'm going to go, let's see, open and honest with my audience. I'm going to go nervous. I'm nervous at this point. A lot of twitching probably at this point. You'll notice the sounds of Aaron's goal panic will be reflected in the length of stories will probably shorten.
He broke the bowl.
Yeah, Aaron's attention span will be a little shorter. Let's go ahead and contribute to the show, guys. Let's keep it alive. You've done a great job the last 2.5 years. Let's keep this thing alive. Keep contributing. 2:45 away from today's goal. Not going to bullshit you. That is a long fucking way away for a half hour. So we really need a rally. We really need you guys to all step up together. About 700 of you checking out the show right now. Let's go ahead and knock out $245 with those 700 people, if you would. I've heard that this Luke Combs cover of Fast Car by Tracy Chapman has gotten really, really popular. Mm-hmm. A lot of people have been sharing it and listening to it and whatever. Now, of course, no white guy can cover a black person song without somebody getting upset about it. Now, my take on the whole thing would be, who's allowed to get upset about Luke Combs covering a Tracy Chapman song?
Tracy Chapman.
Anyone who's Tracy Chapman connected or adjacent. That's who's allowed. If you're like a random music blogger for Rolling Stone, or you're some asshole who just has an opinion, you don't get to say that it's racially offensive.
And how can I wager some of these people claiming it's racially offensive also happen to be white?
Oh, why would you say such a thing like that? What would make you guess that?
It seems to be a trend that I stopped taking my Noticinol recently because it's conflicting with another medication. I think it's why I got sick recently. So I noticed when I stopped taking it, I've noticed a couple of things. One particularly about the that's weird.
We couldn't. Johnny, we couldn't hear you.
It's weird because what I was saying is I stopped taking the Noticinol and I noticed that
we can't. I
don't know why that keeps.
I don't know why.
I don't know what that is. Anyways, the other thing I noticed besides is that the weirdest thing happens with all of these people that are like, it's racist, it's racist. I'm like, yeah, but you're white. How do you know what's offending black people?
Right,
like,
exactly.
Can't the black people tell us what they're offended by? It seems,
and that's the grossest part about
presumptuous of you.
The grossest part about that kind of person is just that. It's like, if I don't speak up for the black people, who will? It's like, well, the black people will. They're fully capable of letting people know they're offended. They let us know here in Minnesota that they were offended for a good week or two by burning down a whole section of a city. So they're more than capable of expressing themselves. Luke Combs' cover of Tracy Chapman's Fast Car has been dominating the country charts. But amid its success, some have wondered if racism is afoot in the genre. Now, okay, let me do something for you. Just because some have wondered something, TMZ, doesn't mean you have to give it credence. And I understand you don't think it's racist, you don't think it's offensive, but you know a lot of people like me will click on this just to see how fucking stupid it is. So I get this from a business standpoint. But in general, just because a bunch of dipshits wonder something doesn't mean any of us need to consider it.
Some have wondered if it's racist. Yeah, the people writing the article. That's about it.
That's it. Yeah, that's just it. They accuse it of being racist and then write another article that says, some say this song is kind of racist. So here's the deal. Think pieces have been published of late that delve into the topic, including one from the Washington Post, which really kickstarted the conversation. And they're all posing the same question. Why didn't Tracy Chapman resonate with the same audience that Luke has? Because he's a fucking hillbilly from South Carolina, and she's black. A black lesbian. I'm sorry, are you confused as to how a lot of this shit works? Yeah, they're not going to appeal to the same audience, which actually makes this even better because now people are going to learn about this song and be exposed to this song that are young 20-something-year-old hillbillies that love Luke Combs, and as hard as this is for you to realize, never heard of Tracy Chapman. You know, the media...
And now they have a reason to look into her. She might not get all of Luke Combs' fan base, but she'll probably get a few. Or you know what, right. Like, hey, I don't care what it says, that dark-skinned lesbian lady, she writes one hell of a tune. Like, you know, you might have a fan now.
Yeah, and... You know, it's not like Fast Car is a hot song right now, the Tracy Chapman version. So all it can do is good things for Tracy Chapman's career. Now, this Emily Yar from the Washington Post said, as Luke Combs' hit cover of Tracy Chapman's Fast Car dominates the country chart, it's bringing up some complicated emotions in fans and singers who know that Chapman, as a queer black woman, would have an almost zero chance at that achievement herself. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is it always about this with you people? Every guy, and by you people, I mean white liberals. Is it always about everyone's identity, not their skill level, not their artistry, nothing? Everything, boy, for people who want equality and don't want racism, you sure do seem to be obsessed with skin color, sex, and dicks. Those are your three big concerns. Not someone's personality, not their achievements, not their art. It's just skin and dick, skin and dick, skin and dick. That's all you've got. And the rest of us are obsessed. Got it. The answer that a lot of these articles seem to land on after interviewing subjects is that even today, it's hard for black artists to break through in country. Yeah, Kane Brown's really having a hard time. So did Darius Rucker. You know, the fact is not a lot of black people want to do country music. It's not something they grew up with. Just like you don't see a lot of Luke Combses in the rap industry. You got Young Gravy, and that's it. And who gives a shit?
See, that's the thing, though, now. Like, the country music is like, hey, how about we mix with the rap industry? We grab rappers to be... And that's how you get sort of crossover, I guess. But, yeah, I really feel like, you know what that audience isn't looking for? They're not looking for her, so they're not going to find her. This is the best chance you have.
Yeah. Unfortunately for her, oh boy. Unfortunately for her, it doesn't sound like the internet's accepting her theory at face value. The WAPO article put it quite succinctly in promoting her work, writing, as Luke Combs' hit cover of Tracy Chapman's Fast Car dominates, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, we just read that part. One guy tweeted, I know a lot of people on the site are too young to remember the 90s, but Fast Car by Tracy Chapman was a huge hit and on the radio every 10 minutes for about a half decade. She won 3 Grammys and the album went 6 times platinum. A black queer woman singing folk can succeed. Right. I love how they picked Tracy Chapman as this idea of, well, black queer women can achieve in music. She was a huge star with one fucking song. A massive star.
It's almost like you guys are looking for anything you can. Just be, look, it's not equal enough.
Oh, not only that, here's where we can all shut the fuck up. Tracy Chapman was asked about it, and she goes, not only did I give it my blessing, I thought he killed it. I thought he did a great job. Okay, now everybody shut up. No more talking about it.
Again, like I said, the buck stops with Tracy Chapman.
Right.
Does she give a fuck? Then who cares?
If Tracy Chapman is not upset about it, you don't get to be upset about it. For example, Queen and David Bowie were very upset at Ice Ice Baby. You're allowed to get upset at Ice Ice Baby. You're not allowed to be upset if the person who has the most to gain in it, says that they like it and it's good. Then you have to shush. Fauci's Pangolin says, I don't see a lot of Luke Combs in the porn business. Yeah, come on. What gives? Red Fox Mad with $10 says Luke Combs is 100% better than Eric Church. Now that hurts my feelings, but I like both of them. And they did a song together.
And I mean, he is right.
How dare you? Eric Church has a far more diverse catalog at this point. Guys, we are 2:35 away from our goal, and we are 20 minutes away from rattling the offering plate and trying to knock out today's goal. So please, 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 Streamlabs PayPal, your favorite e-beggar, is on his knees for you again, trying to keep this show going. Got well over almost 700 people watching the program at the moment. Go ahead, contribute to the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, the 2 best ways. Rumble's great. YouTube's awesome. Any way you can contribute to the show. Gifting memberships is a great way to do it. We are 2:35 away this morning. Follow those links and contribute to the program and give us a fighting chance at hitting overtime today. Guy Sartell says Combs didn't even change the gender in the song. Yeah, I mean, stayed pretty true to it. I mean, just that whole, someone says, but my agenda, Aaron. That's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. April says, Luke Combs sang our wedding song. It means nothing to Aaron. Oh, stop it. That is my favorite Luke Combs song for that very reason, young lady. I'm going to give her a spanking when I'm done with the show today. Zen Rhino, Vanilla Ice did, by the way, end up really sweet in that Queen David Bowie deal. He just bought the song. They said, hey, Vanilla Ice, you stole Under Pressure for Ice Ice Baby. He's like, okay, how much do you want for the fucking song? And they sold it to him. And now Vanilla Ice's retirement plan is owning Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. Perfect.
Ironically, it's not Ice Ice Baby. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't earn, but I feel like it doesn't earn like.
Potato Head says Combs' version has generated at least $500,000 in global publishing royalties, Billboard estimates, with the bulk going to Chapman. So, how about shut the fuck up and stop saying that it's an offensive song? You're wrecking Tracy Chapman's 2023 and the shitload of money they're making thanks to Luke Combs' cover. You're going to get to the point. I mean, thank God Luke Combs doesn't give a shit and Tracy Chapman doesn't give a shit. But, I'm worried about people, going like, oh, do I cover that song? Is it my place to cover that song because a white person did it or a black person did it? so on and so forth. Friendo says, how can I donate? I mean, how can I, in good faith, give these whiny bozos my hard-earned money? Hey, wait a minute, Friendo. You love this program. Don't be a liar. And by the way, links are right there in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal. You can do it there. You can do it YouTube. You can do it Rumble.
We appreciate it.
You know, friend. You know. What is that?
You know how to be a friendo.
Come on. What is it? what, I can't think of the Shiger line now, damn it. Friendo. Can't remember what he says. Camel Girl with $4.99 says, don't want to see grown men cry. Here's your money. Thank you. 2:30 away from knocking it out this morning. April says, I'm listening to that song in extra time today just because it's so offensive. Well, I mean, look, people take a stand, I guess. And country music fans also are kind of cunty and they don't want to be told what to do. So they're not really going to like, they'll probably listen to it more because of that. Okay, now I'm starting to think that maybe Luke Combs started this whole thing to rally the troops. Like, hey, somebody write an article calling my cover racist and we'll really generate some money. What do you say?
I'll get a lot of attention for my song.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. Who knows? Might not need them today. We got about 18 minutes until we rattle the cans, and we are 2:35 away. Let's see if we can get there, boys and girls. Your generosity is appreciated. Keeping Steel Toe going into the future. Thank you very much. If you feel like contributing, up against it now with 18 minutes to go till we rattle the offering plate and I embarrass myself by e-begging. Friendo says, facts, I'm cunty. See, we understand each other. You're going to be a huge fan of this program. Let's bring Johnny back in here. Speaking of country music artists, there was one more story from this weekend. Apparently, speaking of cunty also, Miranda Lambert is kind of a crazy bitch. Now,
oh, really?
Yeah, but I can kind of understand it, and I'll tell you why. Miranda Lambert was a big country music star. For a while there, she had a pretty decent run. And now I think that Miranda Lambert's on like the
down.
She's like on the casino circuit, like she's not doing poorly, but it's not Miranda Lambert day anymore. And sometimes music artists really embrace that. And they're like, hey, it's fun. I get to still play my music and everything else. But with some people like Miranda Lambert, and I saw it with Sebastian Bach once at a concert with the old radio station. Sometimes they just can't adjust to performing in big crowds and then going to a casino or like a summertime middle of nowhere music festival. And they kind of take it out on their audience in an odd way. I guess one of Miranda Lambert's fans was taking a selfie. Oh, she got fat again, too. Miranda Lambert's another one where it depends on what year you looked her up as to whether or not she's hot. Because she kind of balloons and goes down, and it looks like she's kind of Kelly Clarkson'd it now, where she went up and stayed up. Well, apparently a fan of hers was taking a selfie during one of her shows, and she lectured that person and yelled at him and fucking stopped her show to shit on. I mean, you want yourself in a picture with Miranda Lambert. I mean, look, do I hate people who take out their phones for an entire fucking concert? Yes, I hate that. Put your goddamn phone away. But getting a little documented picture of you at a concert and you can get a picture of the performer in the picture, I think that's within the bounds of good taste, don't you?
Yeah, if you're not, I mean, you're not doing it the way a lot of people are now, where they're just throwing the phone.
Right? Yeah, at least you can get the phone thrown at your face. Which, by the way, this was a good way to do it. Let's go ahead and watch this. Miranda Lambert yelling at her fans. Which, like I said before, it ain't Miranda Lambert Day anymore. So I don't know if you can go yelling at your fans when. How many you got left? I got to mute this real quick to get this. We're going to clear up. We got to have a Valvoline ad before we play a Miranda Lambert clip, because motor oil and Miranda Lambert go together like lamb and tuna fish. And then, of course, the cheese, the wheelie cheese. You got to have that ad in there, too. God damn it. You know what? I really got to tell you guys, I didn't want to watch a Miranda Lambert clip this bad, but now I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. Here we go.
Something bound to fall apart. I'm gonna stop right here for a sec, Danny. I'm sorry.
Okay, first bitch moment. You don't stop in the middle of the goddamn song.
Yeah, the only person who should make you stop in the middle of the song is the security because your safety's in danger. Like, that's
Right.
when we have an issue. Like, I hate, like, or it's acceptable to be like, I'm going to stop right here because that guy's doing something that's not cool to that chick. Somebody
Yeah.
stop that right now. I'm watching this. This isn't cool. Whoa.
So,
Like,
yeah,
then, okay.
somebody's getting R-worded over here, and I got to stop this and put an end to it. Yeah, then you can stop your song. That's fine. But somebody's taking a selfie? Get fucked.
These girls are worried about the selfie and not listening to the song. It's pissing me off a little bit.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, how about they paid the money to come to the fucking concert? If they want to take a selfie, if their friends and them want to take a selfie with Miranda Lambert singing on stage, they fucking get to. I'm sorry that the Potawatomi Casino isn't where you want to be at 39 years old, but you're an aging, chubby country music star. You've got this one. Enjoy the casino circuit for about 10 years, because after that, you're going on the fucking Tanya Tucker, Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks dive bar tour. And then after that, it's county fairs. So how about a little bit of gratitude, sweetheart?
County fairs, where you started and will end the prize pig.
Yes. This is what we call the bloom being off the rose. Now just fucking sing your songs. Wild video, not really wild videos. Prompting the shamed concert goers to walk out when she started singing again. Oh, good. Fuck her then. I'm glad they walked out.
Yeah.
Good for them.
You don't do that to fans. Something bound to fall apart.
That does not look like a very big venue either. Like I said,
Yeah, you know what? You were easily able to notice that one person taking a selfie. Did you notice the 20 to 30 people you aggressively chased out of your own venue?
Yeah. Well, here's how I know it's not a big venue. It's like a little theater. You can see the exit sign.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Target Center, you can't see the exit sign. So she's at like a small little theater, or she's at a casino venue or something like that, and that's got to be hitting her a little bit. Clip has gone viral. Yeah, I don't really give a shit what the fans think. All right. Yeah, I mean, she lost the husband to Gwen Stefani. The career hasn't been going great, and she's kind of been like kind of outed as a bit of a psychopath. Like, she fucked around on Blake Shelton, then she fucked around on the next guy, and like, apparently she fucks a lot of the guys she tours with. Like, a couple of her relationships started because they were touring with each other, so she just started fucking them. And then
I gotta get on her tour then.
Yeah, it all kind of like, and then it all kind of falls apart when the tour ends, and it just seems to be like the common denominator in these tragic relationships is Miranda Lambert. But
it's almost like she's fine to bury it in. Like, I'll give her a cream pie on tour, but I don't want to like date her.
Right, I don't want my friends to know. Zen Rhino says the admission price was probably outrageous. Let the woman take a fucking selfie, right? Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says all Miranda Lambert needs to be an Arkansas 6 is a meth addiction. The man's not wrong. Friendo says, whoa, back off, Tanya Tucker. I'm just telling you where she's performing. Hold on a second. Tanya Tucker tour dates. Let's take a look. Concert dates. All right, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Here we go. Oh,
she released an album in 2007 or 2007 saying named Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. How accurate was that one, Miranda?
Pretty good. Tanya Tucker, here you go. July 26th, Commodore Ballroom in Vancouver, Canada. September 7th, People's Bank Theater in Marietta, Ohio. September 9th, Casino Rama in Orillia, Canada. Lures Performing Arts Center in Shippensburg, PA. Brown County Music Center in Nashville. Turf Park Racing and Gaming, a racetrack in Florence, Kentucky. The Orion Amphitheater in Huntsville, Alabama. Tennessee Theater in Knoxville. Need I go on?
Have we made the point, or you want me to keep hitting this dead horse?
I'm just telling you the Tanya Tucker circuit is, Friendo says, Hard to stay on top. I know. I understand. I'm just saying. It's, she's in. Miranda Lambert is trending in that direction, and she needs to kind of get used to it. It's okay. It's just part of the natural progression of your career. You didn't get cheated. Like if you look up Miranda Lambert's net worth, I mean, she's worth $60 million. You're doing fine.
I'll say this, for what it's worth, 2005 is Hot Lambert.
2005 Lambert is Hot Lambert. Yeah, but she yo-yos like Kelly Clarkson, man. You can get
Yeah, but this is the thing that I don't mind I don't mind ladies with a little more on them. It's fine. But this thing with the yo-yo thing, it goes up, it comes down, but some of it sticks around. Yeah. All right, so you just
pick a lane.
You never get back.
Pick a weight. I have to jack off. Thank you very much.
Am I chubby chasing or not? Yeah. I want to make up my mind.
Casey, by the way, thank you, Casey, for the $25 over on PayPal. We are at 205. All right, guys, we got ourselves a fighting chance at knocking this thing out today. We got about 10 minutes until Friendo hears our shameless e-begging Baptist revival, shaking a literal offering plate and playing gospel music while we embrace our e-begging shithead rattle the can fucking ways on this program to knock out the goal and keep our little show going until the Carpathia shows up and rescues us, essentially. Friendo says, chubby chasing, let them tire themselves out. Not much chasing required. See, the man's got a strategy too. I think we're gonna like Friendo as long as
we're gonna walk him down.
As long as you got to cut him off. Don't follow the fat chick. Cut her off. Walk her down. Make her work. By the second round, she'll be very hungry. But yes, I think if Friendo can get through the e-begging segment here, I think Friendo's gonna be a lifelong fan of the old Steel Toe Show. Still around 700 people watching at the moment. By the way, pretty respectable. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, Union Jack says shameless money grubbing. That's all it is. And we're about $200 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble, and whatnot. Off we go. Yeah, 2005 Miranda Lambert. Let's see. 2005.
She had kind of a Hayden Panettiere kind of look to her. Like as a result of the weight gain that is all right in like later Lambert, but
yeah. You know,
early Lambert could get it, man.
Here's the problem with Miranda Lambert is I had to try to think she was hot, so it's not worth it. Like in Celebrityville, there's no time to try to make someone hot. And like, if I look at her this way, then she's pretty good. Because there's so many hot people out there. Like she couldn't shake that trailer trash country look, you know?
Yeah, but I think it's hot. Like
there's something
That's
missing.
but then again, I grew up with trailer trash, so.
Right. Like I look at Miranda Lambert and I just think to myself, there's something missing in her hotness.
See, I look at Miranda Lambert and be like, I swear I plowed you in the back of your dad's trailer. Like,
and did you?
I mean, it's someone like that.
Alex Nerio says, weird tits. D. Gulag says she looks like a less cute April. Okay, well, there you go. Maybe that's it. My blonde is hotter than that blonde, so I'm having a hard time seeing the hotness in that one. Sean says there is a great buffet at her upcoming stops at Casino Rama in Orillia, Ontario, Canada. Just a note. Well, I mean, shit, if there's a good buffet, you got to go to the show.
I just realized I could go to a casino, play some blackjack, maybe a little craps, and if I play my cards right, I could shtup Miranda Lambert.
She's just chubby enough to take me. And it seems like she's really upset at her career, so it could be a hate fuck. That could be fun.
Actually, you know what? She might choose to do me, hoping that God will somehow balance it all out. Like, I'm a karmatic shipwriting. Like, she's going to make up for all the cheating and all the wrong she's done by doing one last cheat with a crippled guy.
Sir, I wish you the absolute best of luck with that theory, because that took work. The buffet is the reason she's going, says Potato Head. Oh, well, that makes sense. All right, kids. We got time for one more story. Then we got to rattle the cans. and see if we can e-beg our way to knocking out that 205 today. But if we get to overtime and we add another 30 minutes to the end of the show for knocking that goal out, I got Johnny Bench apologizing because he said something about the Jews. I've got Joe Biden basically telling the Supreme Court to go fuck itself, and he's still going to do like a $400-500 billion student loan bailout thing. So apparently, suck my dick is what he. I love how all these politicians love the sanctity of the Supreme Court until the Supreme Court tells them to get fucked, and then they're like, "Well, they're a bunch of tyrant old bastards anyway."
Yeah. I love how important the Supreme Court is. We should all respect and obey the Supreme Court until it does what you don't want to do. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, fuck it. I can't believe also that the administration that uses the Department of Justice as its own personal bully squad is also going to be like, you know what? The Supreme Court didn't go along with us, so we're going to just ignore them and do what we want.
Yeah. But it's like, but if one of their opponents fucks up with the Supreme Court, then, hey, you have to respect it. It's checks and balances. We have to respect the court's decision. I think the Biden administration was just getting tired of getting kicked in the dick by the Supreme Court. Like, you had Roe v. Wade, student loans, affirmative action, gay websites. I mean, they just keep getting punched in the fucking head. And
and by the way, the most outraged group on the affirmative action thing was again, I think, like, largely white people.
Well, yeah, and then there were white people in the media saying shit like, well, how are black people literally, I saw this. How are black people supposed to get into college if it's a meritocracy? And I'm like, on merit, they'll be fine. They'll get into college. They will earn it.
Can you just say that the way that it sounds to me? Like, black people are too stupid to get into school if we don't base it on skin color.
They need us white people to help them get into college because they won't be smart enough to do it on their own. No, by the way, don't clip that. That's what they're saying. Not me. Not me.
Yes, that's what they're saying. Aaron is in no way saying, let's see.
And now
I want these people segregated.
No, I never said that. Was AI. D. Gulag says, are they wrong, though? See, now, how is that?
Oh, my God, that's a brilliant idea. AI. I wonder, because there's enough clips of you out there publicly that, like, someone could get an AI and not even, like, because, dude, there's a thing on Twitch that I watch all the time that's Joe Biden versus Donald Trump having an ongoing debate. And it's hilarious. It's completely shameful. It's nothing like an actual debate would be, and it's hilarious to watch. But if we put that same algorithm and thing together with some clips of you, we could actively have AI Aaron.
So
AI Aaron Imholt.
I'm looking. You said the clips already exist, so you don't really need the AI. I just say it.
No. But my point is the clips exist, but we could tune into Always Live AI Aaron Imholt, who's just a, misogynistic, racist tirade on full tilt, never needs a break. His voice doesn't wear out. Doesn't matter about the humidity in the room.
And then you're going to get the show shut down because I'm going to be like, I can beat my own AI, and I'm going to go as hard as I fucking can. By the way, with Friendo here, I think we've basically become ROTC AM. I think the community is all moving over here, which, by the way, totally fine. If they can handle the e-begging that's about to happen, I tell you what, then
very welcome.
You can move us on over to ROTC AM. Totally fine. We welcome the 07 clan. Rise indeed. All right, here we go. This is where it gets ugly. We're going to sing for our supper, beg away to even out the books here. Fire up the gospel music, bring out the offering plate, and lordy, let's throw in a little bit of change to the steel toe to knock out that 200. Negroes, if you will. Oh, here we go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, membership, 205 away. Avril says, this part is why I come here. Well, let's start throwing it in. A couple of coins, a couple of dollar bills. Look at that. Just a couple of nickels and a couple of dimes. A couple more nickels and dimes for the steel toe to go an extra half hour today. Holy hands up to Jesus, y'all. Let's get started. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, YouTube, $205 away. Long way to go. Fill up that offering plate, brothers and sisters. Do I go with scruffy-voiced preacher today, or do I go... I got to turn the music down so Johnny can...
I can hear you.
Part of this. There we go. I know, but if I pot it down, they won't be able to hear you. All right. Off we go. Here we are. Friendo says, show some skin. $200 away. Beloved Chatter starting us off with $199. Says, I'm a poor, but here's a little something. Oh, it just takes a little something from everybody to knock this thing out. Friendo says, can I put in just the tip? Did the Lord put in just the tip? Or did he put the whole nail through his hands? That's the question. I don't think that's how I'm supposed to do this. I'm working on my preaching. Matthew Jenkins with $10 says, preach. Preach the word of the steel toe, Mr. Jenkins. Diane Pooh with $5 says, Johnny rattles my cans. That's assault, brother. $190 away from knocking it out on the old steel toe today. Super chats, memberships, Streamlabs, and PayPal, y'all. A little bit of Rumble to keep this ship afloat.
The Lord will let you give just the tip, but salvation starts at the base.
And we can shoot that sweet goo of e-beggar deliverance to an extra half hour of this program. 3 minutes to go until we wrap up today, missing our goals. 180 away. Union Jack with 5 gifted memberships over there on the YouTube. Thank you, Union Jack. Potato Head, Corn Diff, Poop is Lube, Granny Loves Anal, and Rick M, that was racist. All getting themselves some memberships. 180 away from knocking out today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Hobo Chili with $2 says, I'm not Negro rich, but my gums and are really big. I say, Rumble Friday, we'll get to Hobo Chili recipe, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. 180 away from knocking it out this morning. And 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to fill up this offering plate. Oh, the Holy Ghost kicking in $75 over there on PayPal. 75 away. So 105 away from knocking it out. Long Rod Van Huge Dong says, Lord, deliver us another 30 minutes of steel toe. Your lips to God's ears. And that's going to put us $95 away from today's goal. 95 away from knocking it out. Citizen M with $199 says, God is hot and cool. Amen. Friendo says, which one is Royce and which one is Pessy? Oh, man. Off we go. We're in the double digits, and we got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go to fill up that offering plate, brothers and sisters. Not too much longer left to go. Praise the show indeed, says Jake. 95 away. Mad Joe with 99 cents. Everybody can trip in just a little bit to the old steel toe. Here we go. Here we go.
Save the show and your soul. Well, at least the show.
A minute to go. A minute left in this can rattling bonanza. Flimsy Greenberg says that spirit is taking me to the roof, and you're a Jew. So that's incredible, Flimsy. $90 away from knocking this out. 40 seconds remaining. 40 seconds to go, and just $90 away from knocking it out today. You guys have really been going strong in the last 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get the rest of the way there. If we get inside of 50, we'll do the 30 minutes just for fun, y'all. Oh, Lord, holy hands to Jesus for that last $90 in that beautiful steel toe offering plate. Fill it up with paper, y'all. Johnny just got disconnected. The Lord cut him off. He may have died. There it is. It's the end times. Oh, boy, that's the end of the music. All right, let's see how we did. We got to hit refresh on everything because we are $90 away. Let's go to the PayPal and Streamlabs as Johnny fucking spasms over there on the screen.
I'm trying to get this thing to stop making me fade into the background.
Oh, Lord, Kevin the Altar Boy with $50 this morning. And we are doing 30 minutes of overtime, $40 away from today's goal. We got inside of 50.
Amazing because it was an altar boy. He's already given so much.
His anus, his mouth, his hands, jizz all over the place. Well, there you go, boys and girls. The spirit was lifted. The what do you call it? The offering plate is nearly full and definitely enough to get 30 minutes of overtime. Just make sure you knock out that last 40, and we'll call it a successful day today. Boy, you guys always get there one way or the other, don't you? Holy shit, you will cut it right to the end. But you will do it. You guys can rally, I tell you what. 40 away. Everybody help out. Knock out the rest of that during this extra 30 minutes. Okie doke. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, or we have to bust out the offering plate again in about 25 minutes. Here we go. Hallelujah indeed. All right, we got like 4 or 5 overtime stories. They're going to be great. Like on YouTube, like on Rumble, subscribe on both platforms. Oh, and still tickling the balls of 700 for the overtime period. Thank you, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. All right, this is something I never wanted to know existed, but if I have to know, then the rest of you have to know. Apparently, and I have never encountered this myself. I don't have any personal experience with it. I promise you. People are injecting stuff into their cock to beef up their dicks for the summer in the Hamptons. I don't know if Howard's doing it. I don't know if he's injecting stuff into his cock. I do know this. Probably not something you're supposed to do.
I can't imagine it's healthy.
Yeah. Plus, if you live in the Hamptons, aren't you filthy fucking rich already? You don't have to.
Need?
Yeah, you don't need a big dick. The women are all going to fake it for you anyway.
I mean, that's what the car was for.
Exactly.
And the house.
Right.
And the boat. You got all of that. How much of a big dick do you need, homie?
Hey, man, don't you need to inject your dick to make it bigger for the girls this summer?
That's what the money is for.
Right. Women don't care as much about a big dick as they do a big bank account. I mean, I can tell you this. Big dicks can go broke and rob you for drug money. If you got a multimillionaire, he can have a small dick. Big dicks
can disappoint, and sometimes they can be just flat out uncomfortable to deal with.
Could you explain further for us?
Well, I just mean it's just from what I've heard from the ladies, like the circumference is a bit of an issue. It's like fucking a potato. Even if it's not very giant, it's just they got to straddle a tree stump. Now it's a problem. So from what I've been told, there is apparently a point at which too much length or girth is just eventually too much.
Okay, you've heard this. This is from a source.
Yes,
from an unnamed source.
Friends.
Yeah. Physicians told the Post that the hottest spot for men in the tiny Long Island beach crowd this summer is the doctor's office, where they're demanding penis injections to enhance their below-the-belt assets. Now, I would say be very careful in how you ask for a penis injection, or you won't be sitting down for a week.
I don't know about anyone. I worry about ever incurring the wrath of a priapism, because the only way that they can save you and your penis is to drain the blood. And
yeah,
good God, needle in my dick. It's just no. Why are you volunteering for a needle in the dick?
Laughing Lion says, I'm almost big enough to wake up the missus. Well, see, there you go. Then you don't need to worry about the injection. Almost, hey, good enough. Just be happy with what you got. These guys in the Hamptons love to skinny dip at night and they don't want to come up short, quipped urologist Dr. David Schusterman, founder of New York Urology. This is how you know that, like, this is why I laugh at the idea of doctor's ethics, especially if you're a doctor, like plastic surgeon to wealthy people. Do you know how much shit you do that you should not, and you don't bat an eye at doing it? Like, you know it's not good for any of these people to inject their dick with foreign bodies, but you do it anyway. You know a lot of these 70-year-olds shouldn't have a tit job because it doesn't matter, but you do it anyway.
You know a lot of these, like, 75-year-olds shouldn't be fucking and shouldn't have access to Viagra, but you're giving it to them anyway.
Yes. Friendo says, I've been with a woman with a shallow vag. That cervix took a beating. She was too sore for round 2. That was my John Holmes moment. Hey, hang on to those. Hang on to those. Contrary to popular belief of some very jealous people, when April has to grab an ice pack when we're done, I feel very accomplished. I feel like not only do I feel like everyone's enjoyed themselves, but I also feel like a lesson has been taught.
Yeah. The ice pack's for the eye.
Right, exactly. I always punch her in the eye when we're having sex when she starts talking too much shit. What am I supposed to do? Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says, gotta love a short meat sleeve. Right, maybe instead of you guys in the Hamptons getting a cock injection, maybe instead what you do is you just find a woman with a really shallow cunt. What's wrong with that? Find something that fits your style. You know the old saying, styles make fights. You know, styles make fuck too. If you've got a giant dick, find yourself a girl with a wide load of a fucking vag, right? And if you got a small one, find a girl. Overhear conversations in bars where a woman goes, boy, I just have such a shallow cervix. And then wheel up to her and go, excuse me, but did you say you have a shallow cervix? Very interesting. I have a minuscule penis. And then see where the conversation goes.
I have an extremely mediocre dick, but I want to feel like a big swinger for once in my life.
I absolutely love little tiny vaginas. Oh, why is that? Because I have a remarkably unremarkable penis. And I just figure you and I getting together makes a whole lot of sense. You know, God put us here together tonight for a reason. For your shitty puss to meet my inadequate dick and make something happen. Loaf Piggy says, Golden Loaf Piggy says, Aaron loves new people, friendo. He's going to woo you. Oh, yeah. I give special treat. When they're brand new and they show any kind of affection for the show, ask LOS. When they first start coming around, I read their shit a lot more often. Friendo says, I've also been with a bitch that could sneeze and have a kid. That felt like playing the triangle. Golden Loaf Piggy, E-Beggar Supreme says, how fond are you of light switches? Have you ever sucked on one? It's a good way to proposition a woman. You know, always start it with, I have a net worth of $8 million. Have you ever sucked on a sewing needle? You'd be okay.
I don't understand why more guys didn't learn the value of underselling your dick.
Right.
Like,
you should. I've always tried to undersell my dick.
You always want them to be like, oh, I was expecting worse. It's like, see, now we're all heading for a better time.
It's right. Now she's like, oh my God, it's huge. No, it's not. I tricked you because you're a woman and you're easy to gaslight. I made you think my dick was small. And now when you find out it's remarkably average, you think it's a monster. Ah, the lovely expectations game. They never see it coming. LOS says, find yourself a shallow cunt. Pretty sure Meghan Markle is taken. Zen Rhino says Schusterman, of course. Yeah, look, I was thinking it too, Zen Rhino. Of course, Schusterman will inject your dick with whatever you want. He's fine with it. You and I are.
They put gravel in my dick.
Traveling down the same road in that regard. All right, boys and girls, remember, we are 40 short for today, so if we want a few people to just throw in, you earned the overtime on credit, but let's make sure we knock out that last 40 in the next 20 minutes and make sure that Golden Loaf Peggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, can keep his name intact with me, doing what I do best. $40 away from today's goal. Whichever way you want to chip in, throw it in. We'll knock this thing out. Throw it in. That's what they said in the Hamptons. These guys in the Hamptons love to skinny dip at night, and they don't want to come up short, said Schusterman. Oh, man. Who said they're not funny? There's definitely penis envy out in the Hamptons, he said, referring to the growing number of deep-pocketed male beachgoers who care about the size of their member as much as their bank account. Well, now, okay. So what are you going to do if you got a big dick and you live in the Hamptons? You know, your neighbor buys a new yacht. It pulls up in the driveway. He goes, oh, yeah, well, do you have this? And just pulls that. Like, what are you going to do? Whip out your cock and show it to him? Wow. Yeah. Good for
and
you.
And apparently that's working because now the guy's going, not yet, but I'm sure I can find somebody that'll sell it to me.
See, like, women are vapid cunts, and they're going to want to be on that big boat more than they're going to want to be with that big dick. So
yeah, but if you could be on the big boat and have the big dick.
That guy is never inviting the big dick guy on his boat ever. He will fuck it up for everybody.
No, he won't invite the big dick guy on his boat. But that guy has a, how shall we say, little dick problem where he's too concerned about the size of his dick and he feels it's too small. So if someone flaunts a bigger dick in any shape, way, or form, he's got to outdo it. So that's where he gets the boat. That's where he gets the motivation to get the boat, the house, the car to succeed.
Now he can just go to the Jewish doctor and get the injection.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like I said, you know, someone will sell it to me.
Schusterman said he started to administer the Priapus shot, known as the P shot, back in 2018 to help combat erectile dysfunction, but noted that a byproduct of the injection is it not only helps with erections, but with size. It's like a vampire facial for the penis, said the doctor. Who told the Post in 2017 how Hampton's bachelors were lining up for vasectomies to avoid messy paternity issues after any summer fun. I love these shallow rich people, man. I really do like them. Hey, could you do me a favor? I'm not ready to have kids yet, so go ahead and cut my shit, burn the ends of it, and then when I'm ready to have kids, I'll have it hooked back up. But right now, I just want to blow loads all over the beach this year. And
I've already had a couple of kids, and I've been paying for those. Turns out they're fucking expensive. So I just want to park it in any mitt that's willing to take it, and quite frankly, not worry what happens afterwards.
Yeah, and the best part is don't tell the women you're with in the Hamptons because they're all trying to have millionaire babies and get knocked up.
Oh, God, yeah.
So then she goes to you and says...
think that that's where it's at.
Right. So you blow in her, and then she comes to you later, and she goes, I'm pregnant. And I go, ha-ha, well, it's not mine, and guess what? You're a whore because I had a vasectomy. You're still pregnant, so that means it was somebody else. It's like, oh, shit, I hope it wasn't the night shift manager at that Wendy's. That was really blackout. I thought it was Mayo.
I was so certain that I'd taken so many rich dudes' loads that it was already banked. I was like, I'll just do one for fun.
Boy, those Hardee's fries.
One for me.
Those Hardee's fry cooks really have powerful seed. It's remarkable. Johnny 1.0 with $5 says, I'm here to buy my salvation, Pastor Aaron. Well, you just put us $35 away from salvation right there in the offering plate, my brother. Thank you very much. 35 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, all that shit. Thank you, kids. Johnny 1.0 says, I have 3 kids because of beach shenanigans at the Jersey Shore. Oh, that is the most white trash chat we've had today. Laughing Lion says, finishing up my penile microdermabrasion as we speak. MSO, no, you are not banned in YouTube. And Atomic Ray, I don't think you're banned on YouTube either, buddy. But whoever did, I'm sorry. William Halverson says, just find a woman that says jizz on my face. Oh, who's not falling in love at someone that adorable?
I mean, it was so hot when she ripped the condom off and then like leg locked me and forced me to go, full on cream pie. The joke's on her though, because shooting blanks.
Yeah,
condom
exactly.
was mostly just a courtesy.
Oh, that was good. Oh, so you're saying I made you stay in? Oh, baby, I'm fixed. I was staying in no matter what. Oh man, and I fucked you? Yeah. I thought you were potent. Oh, no, not at all. Well, then what did I do this for? Because you like me? I'm just kidding. Get the fuck out.
I've been feeding you vitamin E for days. I thought, there was some seed to be had here.
Nope. You've just been fucking a rich guy because you were hoping to get knocked up. That is justice. But with the penis, it helps improve the blood vessels. So you not only have better blood flow to penis during sex, but it improves the size. It makes it fuller looking because it improves the blood vessels down to your penis. So it plumps you up. So not only do you get a good rod, but you get plumper. as well.
Wonder if I can get one of. What do you need to get one of these shots? I probably qualify medically. Like, is this a thing we can do?
And can you put them in your legs?
Is this electile?
Is this electile?
Is this elective surgery? I was about to say electile.
Yes.
Is this erectile surgery?
I think so. If you got a shitload of money, yeah. That means that Hamptons guys don't only have to be well heeled, but can be well proportioned too. A deal that has become too good to pass up for some as young as 25. Really? You're saying that 19-year-olds aren't out there getting this done? What a fucking waste. Well, good.
19-year-olds are stupid enough to believe, dude, I'll just pull out. I'll just stop what I'm doing at one of the most enjoyable moments when I am a slurry of hormones and just completely operating on autopilot. I will stop and have a rational thought and go, no, I'd like to blow it on the wall, please.
Yeah, I mean, it always works out that way when you're 19. Johnny wants the shot so he can impress his hand, says the Golden Loaf Piggy.
Hell yeah.
Laughing Lion says, do they take EBT? Give it a, hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
We noticed you want the erectile drug. Sounds like you can't fuck. Is life worth living? Consider the MAID program.
Consider the MAID. Yeah, if you go to get this shot in Canada, they just offer you MAID. That's it. MSO says, I get the win. Yeah, if we get to 1030 and we haven't knocked out that $35 goal, then yes, MSO gets the win today. And we did the overtime on credit and never actually hit it. So MSO may be looking at a victory here. He's got about 12 or 13 minutes to go and 35 away. Links are in the chat. Chevrolet JB says, you joke, Johnny. I had that happen to me. I've never came so hard. Oh, the girl making you. Well, yeah. I mean, that's. Look, man, dude, there are some really devious whores out there.
Look, when she gets super dirty and fucked up, not gross, but like determined to get that to happen. Like, yeah, dude, that's super duper hot. That's why, like I said, if you've had that surgery, you bait them into it. It's gonna, because that's gonna be so hot. And then after it's done, they'll be like, "Oh man, that was hot, right? Gee, I hope I don't get pregnant." Oh no, don't worry. No. I was shooting milk, so it's just there are no vitamins in there. So don't worry, you're fine.
Nothing good. Curly Adams says they don't accept EBT. Black guys already have big dicks. Those were two separate thoughts that he had. Two totally separate thoughts.
But why did he say them together?
There's a comma in there. Two totally separate feelings that man had. Cocktiff says MSO really hates Aaron. No, MSO helps us out a lot by doing the predicting against thing. He knows what he's doing. Killer Beehive says, let's finish off the show with a Tuesday tip train. $5. Thank you very much. 30 away from knocking it out this morning. Thank you guys very much for your generosity and hopefully bringing this plane in for a nice landing. We do appreciate it. 30 left in knocking this out today. You guys have got it. All right, so the Johnny Bench story. I've been trying to get to this since Sunday. Johnny Bench, Hall of Fame baseball player, one of the best ever, former Cincinnati Red, and they were talking about the former owner of the former general manager, of the Cincinnati Reds, Gabe Paul, who passed away recently. And, he passed away recently, and they were honoring him. And they had legendary Cincinnati Red, Johnny Bench, come up and say a few words about Gabe Paul. Now, isn't that nice?
Yeah. Weird that they named him Gay Paul.
Gabe Paul.
Oh, Gabe Paul.
Of course.
I kept hearing you say Gay Paul, and I'm like, why? That seems...
No, it would be disrespectful to name your child Gay Paul.
Well, and not even just name your child. I thought this was like just his public name. Like, we all call him Gay Paul. I'm like,
yeah, just Big Gay Paul, our general manager. Yeah, back in the 70s in Major League Baseball, that would have really went over well. You would have had a lot of players signing up to play for Gay Paul. Would have worked well. Rand's younger brother. So anyway, they're honoring Gabe. And at one point, Pete Rose made a comment about the executive's involvement in his first professional deal. Now, Gabe Paul was a Jewish man, Do you see where this might be going?
I'm betting a lot of people are wishing it was the gay thing now, but
Pete Rose starts talking about his first contract, and Johnny Bench does the following.
When I got out of high school in 1960, Gabe Hall signed me to a contract for $400 a month.
He was Jewish.
$400 a month. Wow, that's cheap. He was Jewish. He just yelled it out. You know what I love about Johnny Bench? He just yelled. He was so excited to say it. He just went, he was Jewish. Like, he wanted to yell that above the crowd. He wanted to make sure nobody was talking while he had his golden Jew line. By the way, golden Jew line, the only line I fish with. It's golden Jew line.
For $400 a month.
He was Jewish.
Look, everybody's laughing. The black guy back here thought it was great. This black guy thought it was great. This guy thought it was very funny. Pete Rose is laughing. The whole
dude, Forrest Gump was on a baseball team. I didn't know that.
But this whole room is cracking up because it's not like a Jews secretly run the world kind of a thing. He was making like a joke he probably would make with Gabe if he was talking to Gabe himself. It was a lighthearted poke, a lighthearted prom.
He was living up to a stereotypical asset that we just attribute, not asset. Jesus, Johnny. Attribute that we wanted to laugh at.
That killed.
The whole room is enjoying it. Who's not happy?
That line fucking killed. It brought the whole room to a stop. So, he ended up apologizing. Johnny Bench apologized for the remark. And again, like, apologize to who? Who did you upset with that? Everybody was laughing.
I'd like to apologize to Gabe. I didn't realize how much I disparaged him. His family reached out to me and said, quote, he would never want to be known as a good-for-nothing dirty.
Dr. Climate Abortion says, just fired it off with no hesitation. None whatsoever. Just, he was Jewish. And they all laughed. And by the way, the owner of the Cincinnati Reds for a large chunk of that time was a woman named Marge Schott, who, let's just say, had controversial feelings about Adolf Hitler. And voiced them loudly on television. So, I mean, to say that Johnny Bench needed to apologize, it's just so sad to watch. It's so sad to watch a really good time and everyone understands what's going on and that there's no malice behind it. And the fucking world has to come in and ruin it and make this guy apologize for giving a lot of people enjoyment that day. Because the Jewish people will play it up like, oh yeah, if you let him joke like this, then the Holocaust happens. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not why the Holocaust happened.
And by the way, no offense, but the Holocaust is almost a horseshoe, because if you do that too much, like if we can't allow any jokes or any humor, because that's how the Holocaust happens. Well, when you feel like you're oppressed by a group because you can't even so much as make a joke about them, you could steer yourself towards a Holocaust situation.
Right. I love that. The Holocaust is a horseshoe. Johnny K. I apologize to Jenny for taking away from her father the full attention he deserves, Bench said. Gabe Paul earned his place in the Reds Hall of Fame, as did the others who stood on that stage. I am sorry that some of the focus is on my inappropriate remark instead of solely on Gabe's achievement. Jenny addressed the bad joke after the fact, telling The Athletic she might have said something to Bench had she heard it at the time. Might have. So she was maybe at best mildly offended by this.
I might have been offended if I heard it. Oh, so now you're saying you are offended because you didn't hear it. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Well, guys, we got 5 minutes left in overtime, and we have not knocked out that $30 on credit. So here's what we're doing, guys. Let's knock it out. I got the offering plate. I won't play the music. We'll keep doing the show, but we got to knock out that last 30. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chat. Now I just feel like a dirty used whore. Like, you guys got in there under 50 and went, yeah, do the 30. We'll knock it out. And then it doesn't get knocked out. I feel cheap. I feel like I've been manipulated. if you will.
Giving you guys all the tricks. I shot the ping pong balls out of my cooter. Like, what do you need?
The whole deal. We had a fun overtime. $30 away from the goal. Fill up the offering plate, you bastards. You wonderful bastards, of course.
I gotta say, I get that it's like a wood inlay or something, but when you hold it up to the camera, that almost looks like an ashtray.
People have said ashtray. They've also said a vaudeville hat. You know?
Well, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Kind of, hello, my
baby. Hello, my darling.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on the pay line.
Well, the sun shone. This is my blackface hat, you know? Like,
it's Shaka's hat.
In private. MSO says, I got the win. You might, man. You got 4 minutes. Actually, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. MSO might actually get the win here because we're $30 away, and I got taken for a ride on the overtime train. That's for sure. Laughing Lions gifting a membership. That and the gifted membership a moment ago throws us $5. That puts us at $25 away from today's goal. You guys can do it. Friendo says, whoa, disavow. What, my blackface? My blackface hat. I'm not in blackface. I just have a blackface hat. The sun shines bright in my old Kentucky. Oh, see, it's a whole song and dance routine.
You guys think he's doing a thing here. No, he's saying he's planning to buy a home in Kentucky.
That's it.
Historic, well-lived-in home.
Guys, it's a real estate song. That's all. $25 away. Let's knock out the rest of it. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go before MSO is a winner. You know what? Fuck it. I'm firing it up. $25 away. The Lord said we got to fill this motherfucker up today, boys and girls. This is the biggest struggle or comp that we've had in quite some time on this program. Oh, boy. Rumble Rants. YouTube, Streamlabs, PayPal. Mayor Vaughn becoming a baby boot. LOS gifting 5 memberships. And we're only $15 away with 1:45 to go. Sea Shanty Shenanigans. Timothy K, Megan K, Sika, and Matt Van Meter all getting a membership
Fill yourself with the Holy Spirit.
During this last 1 minute and 30 seconds with $15 left in today's goal. Can these beautiful brothers and sisters do it? Golden Loaf Piggy says, I hope Adonis Paul sues you for gimmick infringement over this song. It's a collection. Oh, Sewanee River. Oh, yeah. Hold on. There you go. Whole thing. All right, 15 away and 1 minute. We have 60 seconds left. Does MSO get a draw or a victory today? He's very close to either one. Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says, oh, do Al Pacino voice, monkey. 27 years, neck deep in shit. And we can't fill up the goddamn offering plate. 15 to go. Sean becoming a steel toe bro. That's going to knock $5 off. Thank you, Sean. $10 away from knocking the whole thing out at the end of the show. 25 seconds to go. Not much left. Pretty much knocked it out today. It's essentially for vanity so that MSO can't claim a victory at this point. We got, oh my God, 10 seconds left already and $10 away. Who's going to come in with the last 10 to call this thing a W? That is the end of time. All right. Well,
Disabled
guys.
screen share. I was gonna
Black
pull up
Malice with $15 over on Rumble. So that's it. We did it. Good work, everybody. He says, here, you dirty e-beggar. Johnny, you get the sloppy seconds. There you are. So
I am the sloppy seconds, Mike.
MSO will have to settle for another draw. And then, of course, our buddy Sage. I got to find his drop. If you got your own drop, I got to play it.
Sage Retard, PhD, KF.
With $10. And we're going to start with that for the evening show tonight. Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
Hope you enjoyed the program. Hit like, hit subscribe on Rumble or YouTube. Follow us on Twitter. You know the whole deal. Johnny, are you going to be on this afternoon?
Yes, I am.
2 o'clock Central Time. Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. That's Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. Friendo, great to have you today. Tell all your friends if you have any, and we'll be back tonight at 7 p.m. Again, thank you to Johnny. Thank you to all of you. Back again.